Good morning! Magandang umaga po mga kabalen. Welcome po dito sa ating news streaming. 30 minutong pag-update ho ng mga balita at impormasyon ukol sa iba't ibang bagay na dapat ho nating malaman ngayong araw ho ng Miyerkules, November 27, 2024. Muli ako pong inyong lingkod, Justin Dizon, ang news streamer ng CLTV 36. At welcome, live ho tayong napapanood. Hindi lamang ho dito sa Facebook page ng CLTV 36, kundi maging sa ating YouTube channel at CLTV 36 Official, at gayon na rin po sa ating website. Yung ating live streaming at CLTV, www.cltv36.tv. At mga kabalen, opo, ay tayo rin ay napapanood sa telebisyon. Sa mga oras po ito, live na live po tayo sa telebisyon. Sa Signal Channel 115 nationwide ho yan. At dito naman ho sa Central Luzon sa ating 38 cable partners at maging sa Free TV, Digital Free TV Channel 36. So yung mga nagtatanong ho, paano mapapanood ang CLTV 36 sa kanilang mga tahanan, sa kanilang mga telebisyon, mga kabalen, ayan, pwede ho kayong mag-scan. At paano ba yung sinasabing scanning? Ayan, punta lamang ho kayo dun sa menu ng inyong mga TV remote or mga TV sets. Ayan, punta lamang ho kayo dun sa menu ng inyong mga TV sets, and then makikita ho ninyo dyan mga kabalen ay ito hong scan o search, yung piliin nyo lang yung auto para ho auto scan, para sa gayon sunod-sunod na ho yung lalabas na mga channel dyan. At make sure ay nasa labas ho o nasa mataas na lugar yung inyong antena para ho makuha yung signal ng CLTV 36. Kahit ho sa tabing bintana lamang o di kaya naman dyan lang sa may tabi ng pinto, pwede ho yan. At syempre depende ho yan sa inyong lokasyon. Kung sa may lungsod ho ng Angeles, ay kahit idikit mo lamang yan sa kisame, o doon sa may tapat ho ng pintuan ay makukuha na yung signal CLTV 36. Ayan ho mga kabalen, ang inyong nakikita sa mga oras na ito. Ito po ay live na kuha ng North Luzon Expressway traffic situation sa mga oras na ito, 10:33 na po ng umaga. Ang nakikita lang natin na may pagdami ng mga sasakyan o pagbagal ho ng daloy ng trapiko ay ito hong nasa gawing itaas sa gitnang portion. Ito hong Valenzuela Interchange northbound lane. So nakikita ho natin yung pagbagal ng mga sasakyan para ho dun sa mga nagtutungo ng Metro Manila. At syempre dito ho sa may eastbound lane naman ng Mindanao Avenue, kita rin ho natin dyan mga kabalen, ito hong mga sasakyan naman palabas ng Quezon City. Meron hong pila doon sa may cash lane. Ayan. Pero sa mga oras na ito, maluwag po ang daloy ng trapiko sa ilang pang mga bahagi ng North Luzon Expressway. May konting volume ng mga sasakyan sa may Kawayan Interchange, pero fast moving pa din po. At dito naman sa may bahagi ng siyudad ng San Fernando, Pampanga, ay ito ho mga kabalen, maluwag na maluwag yung area dyan ng North Luzon Expressway. Yan po ang traffic update ngayon pong 10:34 ng umaga. Real-time ho yan mula sa NLEX Corporation. Sa oras hong ito, tuloy-tuloy tayo sa ating balitaan at sa mga impormasyon na dapat mong malaman. Alamin ho natin ang magiging taya ng panahon for this day, Wednesday, November 27. Narito po ang weather update or weather forecast mula ho sa DOST Pag-asa.
Magandang araw sa ating lahat. Narito ang weather update. Patuloy ang epekto ng amihan sa Northern Luzon, samantala ang Intertropical Convergence Zone o ITGZ ay nanatiling nakakaapekto sa Mindanao. Kasalukuyan, wala po tayong binabantayan na low pressure area o bagyo sa loob ng ating Philippine Area of Responsibility at ganoon din po sa parte ng Dagat Pasipiko. Yung shear line ngayon po ay wala, pero inaasahan na makakapekto sa Cagayan Valley, maaari pong mayang hapon. Sa susunod na 3 araw, inaasahan ang paglakas ng amihan at maaari makapekto sa malaking bahagi ng Luzon, kasama na rin ang ilang bahagi ng Visayas. Ang ITEZ o Intertropical Convergence Zone ay inaasahang makakapekto pa rin sa bahagi ng Mindanao. At yung shear line ay posibleng makakapekto sa silangang bahagi ng Luzon. Sa araw na ito, inaasahan ang maulap na kalangitan na may mga kalat-kalat na pag-ulan sa Cagayan Valley at Cordillera. Samantala, ang lalabing bahagi ng Luzon ay patuloy ding makakaranas ng fair weather, kung saan ay bahagyang maulap hanggang sa maulap ang kalangitan, maliban sa mga isolated na mga pag-ulan o yung sandaling pag-ulan. Tako tayo sa Visayas at Mindanao. Inaasahan ng maulap na kalangitan na may mga kalat-kalat na pag-ulan at may kasamang thunderstorm sa Davao Region, Caraga, ganun din sa Soc-Sargent at sa mga lalawigan ng Basilan, Sulu at Tawi-Tawi. Ang lalabing bahagi ng Mindanao, kasama na rin ang buong Kabisayaan, ay makakaranas ng bahagyang maulap hanggang sa maulap ang kalangitan, maliban sa mga isolated na pag-ulan dulot ng thunderstorm. At dahil sa malakas na hangin dala ng amihan, inaasahan ang maalon hanggang sa napakaalon ng ating baybaying dagat sa Batanes, northern portion ng Cagayan, at kasama na rin ang Babuyan Islands at northern portion ng Ilocos Norte. Kaya paalala sa mga kababayan po natin na nagpaplanong pumalaot, sa mga lugar nito ay bawal muna dahil sa matataas na alon ng kusan ang taas ng alon ay halos aabot ng 5 metro. Ang araw sikat mamaya pang 6:03 ng umaga. Ang araw na lulubog ay mamaya pong 5:24 ng hapon. Yan ang ating weather update mula sa Pag-asa. Ako po sa Alzar D. Aurelio.
Yan ho mga kabalin, inyong narinig, inyong napanood itong weather update mula ho sa Pag-asa para ho sa araw na ito, November 27, 2024, araw ho ng Miyerkules. Ito naman, anunsyo muna tayo kaugnay ho ng iba't ibang mga kaganapan din sa atin hong komunidad. Power interruption muna tayo. Advisory mula po sa National Grid Corporation of the Philippines, so NGCP. Ay, nagulat ako yun. Biglang nag-play itong video ng Pag-asa. Ito po, pasahin ko lang itong update po ng NGCP, mga kabalin. Ito ho, ay magkakaroon ng scheduled power interruption na makakaapekto po sa iba't ibang bahagi ng Pampanga sa darating na linggo, December 1. Huyan. At mula po alas 9 ng alas 6 ng umaga hanggang alas 9 ng umaga. At yung isa naman 8:30 AM hanggang 9:30 AM. At ang apektado pong distributor, ito pong Svelapco, ayon ho sa NGCP, magkakaroon ng technical activities dyan ho sa may bahagi ng Mexico, San Fernando 69 kV line 1 at magkakaroon ng transfer at shift back of load from Mexico, San Fernando line 2 to line 1, gaya ho ng request din dito pong Svelapco. So yan po mga kabalin, ay anunsyo mula po sa National Grid Corporation of the Philippines. At ito po ay kailangang ma-determine yung specific areas ng mga electric co-op, ano? At tiniyak po ng NGCP na sila po ay magbibigay ng buong suporta at ang kanilang buong puwersa para mas mapabilis ang pag-resume dito pong kuryente sa darating na December 1, araw ho yan ng linggo, sa ilang bahagi po ng Pampanga, partikular na ho yung mga consumer ng SFELAPCO. Puntahan naman po natin ang foreign exchange sa araw pong ito, mga kabalen. Ito sinasabi ko na nga ba sa inyo. Ayan, shout out. Oh, eto na, lalabas ko na. Shout out. Ang comment ni Kuya Felix Barrios. Kuya Felix, ito para sa iyo to. Itong balitang magandang to. Dahil pumalo na ho sa 59 pesos. Actually, maganda ito para doon sa mga merong dollars. Pero para doon sa mga traders at siyempre doon sa mga negosyo, may impact ito sa ating ekonomiya. Pero doon sa mga may dollars, kagaya ni Kong Felix Barrios, ayan, 59 pesos na po ang palitan ng piso kontra dolyar sa as of November 26. Diyan po inanunsyo ng Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas. Nagsara ho dyan sa 59 pesos sarado. Yung ating palitan, piso kontra dolyar. At ito naman, basahin ko din, banggitin ko rin yung iba pa dito sa ating screen. Ayan, bigyan daan natin. Ito rin mga ibang currency. Japanese yen 0.38. At yung UK pound, 74. Yung Hong Kong dollars, 7.5. Real, 15.68. Itong dirham, 16. Euro 61, won 0.04 at ito pong Chinese yuan ay 8.1. Yan ho mga kabalen, mga news streamer ang latest sa foreign exchange o yung update ho natin. Tuloy-tuloy ho tayo sa pagsilip na itong mga impormasyon din sa Facebook page ng CLTV36. Ito, power interruption muli tayo. Dapat hong paghandaan ng ating mga kababayan. Iniya lang power. Akin na nga manuan ko yan. So ito po, basahin ko lamang. I-charge nyo na ho mga kabalen ng inyong mga power banks at syempre inyong mga mobile phones para manatili rin po kayong connected, updated at hindi na pag-iiwanan sa iba't ibang information habang kayo po ay nakakaranas ng itong scheduled power interruption as announced by Pelco One. Basahin ko lamang po mga kabalen, November 28, araw ho yan ng Huwebes, bukas 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Asahan po ang power interruptions sa some parts of San Luis, Pampanga, particular yung barangay pala, hindi pala some parts, all barangays pala ng San Luis, Pampanga na sineservisyohan ng Pelco One. Ito ho mga kabalen. At so ito ho mga kabalen. Paghandaan po ninyo all barangays ng bayan ng San Luis, Pampanga na sineservisyohan po ng Pelco One. Ito po, bukas, araw ho ng Huwebes, November 28, asahan po ninyo yung power interruption mula po alas 8 ng umaga. Mahaba-haba ito, hanggang alas 5 ng hapon. Kakaba, napati nga po niya po. Uli na ning pole and line maintenance gawa na po ning Pelco One. Karin pang kaliwang scheduled power interruption mo naman sa parts of Candaba, Pampanga naman. Ito ho mga kabalen. Ay nako, paghandaan din ho ninyo. Ito pong scheduled power interruption dyan ho sa bahagi ng Barangay Barit, Talang, Dalayap, Tenejero at Mangga sa bayan ho ng Candaba, Pampanga, alas 8 ng umaga hanggang alas 5 ng hapon. Araw ho yan ng Huwebes, bukas, November 28, gawa ng pole and line maintenance ng Pelco One. Ayan po kabalen, Alang Power. Alam mo naman pong power, kareng mapilang parts ng Mabalacat City. Ito ho, Barangay Mabiga, dyan ho sa Mabalacat City, Pampanga. November 28, 2024. Bukas din ho yan, araw ho ng Huwebes, alas 9 naman ng umaga hanggang alas 3 ng hapon. Dahil na rin sa clearing of lines na gagawin. Kabila ho sa mga inaasahang maapektuhan ng scheduled power interruption na yan ay yung phase 2 ng Green Meadows Subdivision. Kay Don Bosco inin kay Nico Pumig, first year high school. Fortunato Street, Florentino Street, Crescencio Street, Extension, Juanito Street, and Russell Street. At yung Philhome Subdivision, portion po ng Marie Street, dyan sa Green Meadows Subdivision sa Barangay Mabiga, Mabalacat City, Pampanga. Expected power interruption bukas 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Gawa ho yan ng clearing of lines ng Pelco 2. O yan, nakabalen. Tandaan nyo na ho yung mga schedule para ho, mapaghandaan natin. Ganyan din sa may... ayan, tapos na pala. Ayan, kompleto na ho ang power interruption announcement natin. Tumungo naman tayo dito po sa iba't ibang scheduled water supply interruption naman sa ilang bahagi din po ng lalawigan. Ito, Barangay San Agustin, Ito po ay mamayang... ito, tapos na pala to. Kanina to. Natapos na ito. Ayan, silipin natin yung mga hindi pa tapos. Ayan, okay, tapos na pala lahat. Kompleto na. Okay, sige po. Hindi ko na babanggitin ito mamaya. Tumutok kayo dahil mamayang hapon i-upload ho namin itong bago naman, yung mga expected water supply interruption sa ilang bahagi din po ng ating lalawigan, as announced by Prime Water at yung iba pang mga supplier po o water supplier. Ito po, silipin naman natin yung iba hong mga balita na ating tinutukan, At dito po sa bayan ho ng San Fernando naman, ito sumailalim ho sa drug testing. Ito ho mga empleyado po ng city government ng San Fernando, Pampanga. Ayan. At ito, basahin ko lamang yung detalye. Teka lang, ilo-load ko lang ho mga kabalen. Ito yung ito yung kahapon ho ito inanunsyo at pinadala ho ng city government nagpa-drug test ho yung mga opisyal ng San Fernando LGU. Ayan, basahin ko po yung detalye. Sumailalim po sa random drug test ng mga opisyal ng Siyudad San Fernando, Pampanga noong Lunes pala yan, November 25. Isang oras o matapos inunsyo ng City Human Resource Management Office ang surprise drug test na sila nga po ay mag-undergo. At kabilang ho sa mga nagpa-drug test si Mayora Vilma Caluwag, Vice Mayor BJ Lagman, Councilor Reggie David, at si City Admin Nelson Lingat, at mga iba pang opisyal at gayon din yung iba pang empleyado ng city government. At ayon ho kay CHRM Officer Gian Carlo Angeles, alinsunod dito sa probisyon ng Civil Service Commission kaugnay ho ng mandatory random drug test for public officials and employees. At ang mga test po na ginawa sa isang laboratory sa syudad ay parte rin ho ng aksyon ng LGU bilang suporta sa apela ng national government na panatilihang drug-free ang mga workplaces. Ang mga larawang ito ay kuha po ng City Information Office ng San Fernando. Tuloy-tuloy ho tayo sa ating balitaan. Ito naman ho mga kabalen. Opo, kahapon na tinalakay po itong serye. Ay, mali yung video ko. Opo, ito hong serye ng mga pagpatay dyan sa dito po sa ikatlong distrito ng Pampanga, ano, at ito ho yung naging panawagan ni Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong Gonzales kaugnay ho nitong sunod-sunod na patayan o pagpatay ho sa mga local officials dito ho sa Pampanga. Ano, kabilang ho dyan, ito ho mga nangyaring insidente sa San Fernando. Gaya na lamang ho ni Kapitan Alvin Mendoza ng Barangay Alasas noong 2022, si Cap Jesus Liang ng Barangay Santo Rosario, Kapitan Matt Ryan Gazin de la Cruz ng Barangay San Pedro Cotud, at si ito pong recent din, dyan naman sa may Arayat, ano? Opo, itong si Kapitan Mel Lumbang at si Sangguniang Bayan member Kambal Hipolito o Federico Hipolito. Ito ho yung naispagyan ng solusyon, bigyang aksyon at matutukan. At sa naging pagdinig po, question po ng mga mambabatas, ito hong police visibility. Kabilang ho sa mga tinignan, bakit tinatanong yung kapulisan, bakit po hindi hindi ba sapat ang police visibility? Ito po yung sinasabi ng o yung tanong ng ilang sa mga mambabatas gawa ng nabiguraw, sabi ho ng mga mambabatas na protektahan itong sitwasyon ng peace and order dahil itong mga biktima ng pagpaslang ay hindi nga lang din mga ordinaryong tao, kung hindi po mga opisyal, halal na opisyal ng bayan, ng barangay at ng ating bayan. Kaya po ito'y nakakabahala ayon sa mga mambabatas na lumahok po dito sa interpellation o dun sa House Inquiry in Aid of Legislation kahapon dyan ho sa may Kamara at sa mga susunod na araw i-resume ho muli yung pagdinig at magkakaroon pa nitong yung pag-imbita pa sa ibang mga resource person, gaya na lamang ng mga dating pinuno po ng PNP sa iba't ibang istasyon, tayong iba pang mga possible resource persons para ho matukoy at mabigyan daw ng solusyon ito hong serye ng patayan sa Pampanga. Ito po panawagan ho ni Senior Deputy Speaker Aurelio Dong Gonzales. Yan po ay isinalang sa Quadcom meeting o Quadcom hearing ng Kamara dito pong November 26. Kabalan, ako po ay magpapaalam na sa telebisyon pero tuloy-tuloy ho tayo sa ating balitaan dito po sa ating Facebook page at tuloy lamang yung ating pag-stream. Dito pong mga balita at iba pang mga impormasyon na dapat ho ninyong malaman, and every now and then ako ho ay mag-on cam din mamayang after lunch. Asahan po ninyo na magbibigay tayo ng update kaugnay po ng mga balitang binabantayan ng ating mga reporters. Banggitin ko lamang kung ano yung mga balitang binabantayan na yan upang sa gayon masundan ho natin mga kabalen. Ito ho ay ito si Lizen Morten nandito ho sa may Clark International Airport. Ginagawa ho ngayon yung launching nitong Anti-Fraud Section Document Examination Laboratory dyan ho sa may Clark International Airport. at mamaya tutukan nyo, ihahatid po namin sa inyo yung mga impormasyon kaugnay ho niyan. Gagawin din ho mga kabalen, ngayong araw, ito hong Christmas display, lighting ceremony dyan ho sa may Clark Parade Ground. So para sa mga lahat ng nais makisaya, ayan, ay pwede ho kayong pumunta. Ngayon, papailawan na yung mga maliliwanag na dekorasyon ho sa Clark Parade Grounds, para ho mas maramdaman na ng ating mga kababayan etong diwa ng Kapaskuhan at siyempre yung saya na dala ho nitong mga magagandang pailaw dyan ho sa may Clark Parade Grounds. At alas 10 ho ng umaga ay nagsimula na rin ito pong Quiz B, ongoing ngayon. Ito pong Sinukwan Patenakan o yung Quiz B, kaugnay ho ng history, culture at heritage dito po sa Pampanga. Ongoing ho yan sa Robinson's Star Mills. At abangan ho ninyo mamaya-maya ay magbibigay din kami ng update sa inyo. At magkakaroon din ho ng local costume presentation, yung Mutyaning Kapampangan. Ayan, mamaya po alas 3 yan sa SM Pampanga Event Center. Panoorin ho ninyo at ihahatid din namin sa inyo yan yung mga latest update at yung mga live update po kaugnay nitong local costume presentation ng Mutyaning Kapampangan candidates. Ayan, it's that time of the year na naman po mga kabalen na akitala rin pong mga lagong dalaga. Opo, manibat ka rin niyalabang balen ng po syudad ng Labuan, Kapampangan, Bang Miligligan, Leguan ng Ponggelingan, Kig Mutya po ng Kapampangan. At ito mga kabalen, nakatanggap po ng reklamo ang CLTV 36 kaugnay ho nitong mabahong usok dyan ho sa San Simon, Pampanga. Reklamo ho ng mga residente. Alamin ho natin maya-maya mula kay Liana kanila San particular ho dito sa San Simon, Pampanga. Pero siyempre ito pong latest update nga kaugnay din nitong naging Quadcom hearing dyan sa Kamara. Iwanan ko muna ho kayo sa nadali mga kabalen at tuloy-tuloy ho tayo sa ating streaming. Narito pa ho ang ilang mga balita at impormasyon na dapat nating malaman gayon.
Ingamano at sunis para magiyang malago, dapat may asawa la. Makanini ka yung sekreto kimpaman at kanta, agpangkang Chris kadyang, metong nga theologian ng Kapampangan composer ang may kilalaking kayang liturgical music. Dinake na yung kayang belwa ng Ponggelingan, kapamilatan na ni Ngamano at sunis Kapampangan Songwriting Workshop, ang merapat king Holy Angel University Center for Kapampangan Studies, nganing Martes, November 26.
44 years kung susulat kanta na. Kaya ting mangutang, makana ano pong gagawan niya na? Anya isip kayo ni. Kaya ni workshop ay ni, kitang kana kong experience. Both technical, kasi may pegaralan ko naman
19 years old yay kadyangan niyang minuna ng kinumpose ing Ipbami, ang maralas tamang daramdaman karang Santa Misa. King murang edad, may mulat na king musika paulin ning environment akayang akagisnan. Kalupa ng kadyang, akay liga namo naman ning metong college freshman king HAU, ing pamanyulat kanta, magumpisa king edad apulong banwa. Para kaya, ing pamagaten ka rin makanining workshop, magsilbi ang dalan bang apalwal na yung kayang passion king music.
This workshop, this is my first step to explore more of the options of being a songwriter. Kasi kapag nandito ka sa mga workshop na passion mo siya, hindi ka nahusgahan, you're leaning more onto being open.
Metong pakarentinagon king songwriting workshop in committee head ning Battle of the Bands para king Sinukwan Festival ay Doktora Jocelyn Fernando. Bistama na balo nemo kaning workshop ay ni king Facebook, iya ka numigadwang isip pamakyabe uling metong yamu naman kanuiti, kare musikero ang magnasang lakwas pang mabiyasa.
kasi mag-saxophone. Kung bisa akong gawang kantang kay saxophone, nakakapampangan. Wala naman mawala kung mabiyasa ka. At the same time, itang kaya kang amano nga gawa mo, yung kanta mo nga gawa, asya may karingaliwan tao.
Para karangaliwang kabalan na bisang mabiyasa kimpamanyula tamano at sunis, ay ningtip ng kadyang.
Lalo na yung kapampangan language na at yung special soul. Kanalo meng sasabyan po tang makipagkwento ka, dapat makanyan yang lunto po tang kakantane. In other words, music ya, pero natural. So express it in a beautiful way.
At inya mo naman buring pawagay kadyang, karimaga lang ang subukan niya yung pamangawang sarili rang kanta.
Begin with something. Kailangan magumpisa ka. So kung may gumpisa lang malyari. Ako makanyang ko naman may gumpisa. May gumpisa akong karug-karug, ako balon tanggapan deoli.
Samantala, migpaganakaneman ng kabalan composer karangaliwang kalupa na, haela sana makukompromiso kalidad ng karelang obrang pang musika, lakwas ustong sinikat ang pang may kilala nala. Kaya bay Ashley Punzalan, Arlen Salonga, CLTV 36 News.
Kakabahala ang mga pahayag na narinig natin itong mga nakarang araw. Nandyan ang walang pakundangang pagmumura at ang pagbabanta ng planong ipapatay ang ilan sa atin. Kung ganun na lang kadali ang pagplano sa pagpatay ng isang presidente, paano pa kaya ang mga pangkaraniwan na mamamayan? Yang ganyang kriminal na pagtatangka ay hindi dapat pinapalampas. Yan ay aking papalagan.
Ito ang video statement ni Pangulong Ferdinand Marcos Jr. na inilabas ng Malacanang ngayong Lunes, November 25 bilang tugon sa mga banta ni Vice President Sara Duterte laban sa kanya at sa kanyang pamilya. Bagamat hindi binanggit ni Marcos ang pangalan ni Duterte, mariing kinundi na ng Pangulo ang ganitong uri ng banta bilang isang kriminal na gawain. Matatandang sinabi ni Duterte na may kinontrata na umano siyang tao para sa assassination ni PBBM, ni First Lady Liza Marcos at ni House Speaker Martin Romualdez sakaling ipapatay raw siya ng Pangulo. Ginawa ni Duterte ang pahayag matapos maglabas ng kautusan ng Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability ng House of Representatives na ilipat si Attorney Zuleika Lopez, ang kanyang Chief of Staff sa Custodial Institute for Women sa Mandaluyong City. Naditing si Lopez noong November 16 matapos siyang is-cite for contempt dahil sa hindi pagsagot sa mga tanong tungkol sa alleged misuse of confidential funds ng opisina ni Duterte sa ginanap na investigasyon sa Kongreso. Pero ayon kay Marcos, hindi na dapat humantong sa drama at naresolba na sana ang issue kung tinupad lamang ang sinumpaang tungkulin na magsabi ng totoo sa publiko.
Ako bilang pinuno ng Executive Department at lahat ng mga nanunungkulan sa pamahalaan ay may sinumpaang tungkulin na tutup din at pangangalagaan ang konstitusyon at ang ating mga batas. Kaya hindi tama ang pagpigil sa mga halal ng bayan sa paghahanap ng katotohanan. Hindi na sanang hahantong sa ganitong drama kung sasakodin lamang ang mga lehitimong katanungan sa Senado at sa House of Representatives. Ang katotohanan ay hindi dapat itokhang. Imbis na diretsahang sagot, nililihis pa sa kwentong chicheria. Hangad ko na matuldukan na itong mga pangyayaring ito sa parang matiwasay at magdadala sa atin sa katotohanan.
Sa huli, nanindigan ng Pangulo na ang kanyang pangunahing layunin ay pamunuan ang bansa. Dagdag pa niya ang batas ay dapat laging manaig anuman ang kahihinatnan para sa sinumang sangkot.
Sa kabila ng mga pambabatikos, nakatuon ang aking pansin sa pamamahala. Ngunit, hindi natin ikokompromiso ang rule of law. Kailangan manaig ang batas sa anumang sitwasyon, sino man ang tamaan. Kaya hindi ko hahayaan magtagumpay ang hangarin ng iba na hatakin ang buong bansa sa burak ng politika. Igalang natin ang proseso. Tuparin natin ang batas. Alalahanin natin ang mandato na pinagkatiwala sa atin ng milyon-milyon na Pilipino. Magtrabaho po tayo sa ikauunlad ng Republika ng Pilipinas at para matamo ang bagong Pilipinas.
Samantala, nauna nang sinabi ng Presidential Security Command o PSC na dodoblihin nila ang seguridad ni Marcos lalo na sa kanyang public engagements kasunod ng death threat mula kay Duterte. Kasama si Karen Maurilio, Aisel Fernando, CLTV 36 News.
Thank you, Congressman Nabante. The next to deliver his opening remarks is the Chair of the Committee on Public Accounts, Congressman Caraps Paduano. You are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since we are late for around more than an hour, and for the interest of time, once again, Mr. Chairman, I will submit my opening remarks to the committee secretary as part of the records. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Paduano. Before we proceed with the committee hearing proper, there are members who just arrived and would like to acknowledge their presence. Congressman Lordan Suwan of the Cagayan de Oro is present. And we have another resource person, Councilor Nilo Small Abilera, who is present. So, Comsec, can you please administer the oath of those resource persons invited for today's hearing attending for the first time? Comsec? Oh.
Good morning once again. Those who have attended this public hearing for the first time, please stand. Let us, you're going to take your oath, including those who are invited from local government units. Will you please step forward? Okay ka na. And please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this public inquiry, so God may help you? Yes, sir, the oath has been administered.
Salamat. Thank you. Please take your seats. Ang ating pong topic ngayong araw ay dangerous drugs. Ito pong usapin tungkol sa pagkalat po ng illegal na droga sa ating bansa. At ang usapin din po tungkol po sa Pogo. Unahin po natin nung topic po natin tungkol sa dangerous drugs. And,
Mr. Chair.
Before we acknowledge and recognize any member who wish to speak, pwede po bang i-admin matters muna natin? Then after the admin matters, we can proceed by recognizing those who wants to speak before the committee. I hope that is all right, Honorable Brosas. Okay, maraming salamat. So for the admin matters, we'd like to ask Chairman Caraps Paduano. Congressman Romy Acop for the admin matters. The rules have already been stated clearly in the previous hearings, and I'm sure that most of the resource persons present here have already understood and have heard the ground rules in the conduct of these proceedings. So we now proceed with Congressman Romy Acop for his admin matters.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the admin matters, I do not know, Mr. Chair. May I ask the COMSEC if former Senator Trillanes would be present?
Sir, we invited Senator Trillanes, but he has not presented himself yet.
Okay. Kasi may mga requirement po tayo sa kanya. Now, the AMLAC, is the office represented in today's hearing?
Yes, sir. He is, AMLAC is represented, sir.
Yeah. May I know where the representative of AMLC is located? AMLAC?
Can you please take the seat right in front of us, Attorney
Arpon, sir.
Attorney Arpon? Sige po, wag po kayong mahiya. Nakareserba po yan para sa inyo.
AMLAC in the last or in the last hearing conducted the 13 November 2024 of the Quad Committee, you were required to authenticate documents submitted by former Senator Trillanes purported to show money trails linked to drug proceeds.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Have you submitted such to the committee?
Mr. Chair, in 2016, the Anti-Money Laundering Council issued a public statement which denies that we are the source of the documents or information shown by Senator Trillanes in 2016. And in September 2017, Mr. Chair, the AMLC also issued another public statement denying that we are the source of the documents and information attached by Senator Trillanes in the complaint he filed before the Ombudsman. And in the same public statement, the AMLC denied that we furnished the Office of the Ombudsman such documents in relation to the complaint by Senator Trillanes, Mr. Chair.
In other words, AMLAC denied that the documents presented by the former Senator Trillanes did not originate from your office.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
May the Quadcom committee, Mr. Chair, can we ask AMLAC again, since this has come out already in the open, in the committee hearings of this committee, can the AMLAC conduct an investigation proper insofar as the allegations of the former senator are concerned?
Mr. Chair, the jurisdiction of the MLC will be had if there will be a unlawful activity, Mr. Chair. So if there will be an unlawful activity that will be filed, then it is the mandate of the AMLC to conduct a financial investigation, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, we also issued invitations to Mr. Jimmy Guban, Mr. Mark Tagupa, the Honorable Pulong Duterte, Attorney Mans Carpio, and former Deputy Ombudsman Karandang. May I know from the COMSEC whether these invitations were served and did they confirm their attendance in today's hearing?
Sir, can you repeat the question, please?
Invitations to Mr. Jimmy Guban. Nakita ko na siya.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mark Taguba.
He is around, sir.
The Honorable Pulong Duterte.
We sent him notice. We did not send him an invitation, sir, but we gave him notice.
Of the schedule of the
Yeah,
hearing.
of the schedule of today's hearing.
Thank you. Attorney Mans Carpio.
We sent him an invitation, and in reply, he sent us his reply, sir, and a copy of which is distributed to members.
Thank you. And we also have invited former PNP officers pursuant to the request of the Honorable Chairman Caraps Paduano.
Yes, sir.
Are they present?
Mr. Chairman,
With the indulgence of Congressman Akop, I think this pertains to the admin matters as well that we
Yes.
are discussing. Yes, Congressman. Paduano.
Mr. Chairman, just for the information of the Honorable Chairman of the Committee on Transportation, Chairman Akop, the following former dismissed, under appeal, police officers, namely Police Lieutenant Colonel Hipana, Lamses, Condag, Gumbok, Police Major Vicente, Police Major Reo Maymay, Police Major Kenneth Militar, and Police Lieutenant Colonel Dueñas. Since they traveled from Iloilo to Manila, They will be arriving at 1 o'clock this afternoon, Mr. Chairman. And the invitation officially was sent also to the Napolcom Region 6, addressed to Attorney Jiro Masuga and Mr. Napoleon Arostique. And I think they're present, Mr. Chairman. Just for information of Chairman Akop and this honorable committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Lastly, did we invite former Deputy Ombudsman Karandang?
Yes, sir, we invited him and I think he is not yet around, sir.
He's not around.
Yes.
That would be all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Akop.
Chairman.
May I ask from the COMSEC first, did the former Deputy Ombudsman Karandang confirm this attendance for today's hearing?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Congressman
Chairman.
Paduano.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I move that we issue once again an invitation to former Deputy Ombudsman Karandang. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, there's a motion to invite again former Deputy Ombudsman Karandang in the next scheduled committee hearing of the Quad. Duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none. Motion is carried. COMSEC, you are directed to send invitation to Deputy Ombudsman Karandang again.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, in receipt, this committee in receipt of a copy which was signed by Attorney Manuel Adrian Arugay, Legal Counsel of Okada, with regards to the subpoena issued to them for the winnings of Mr. Tony Yang, aka Yang Xian. We have already received and they complied, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman,
May I know, Your Honor, if indeed Mr. Tony Yang won?
the figures that was stated is 5,007,780 pesos.
So there was a winning.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Confirm, Mr. Chairman. Now, next, Mr. Chairman, we have here a request coming from Mr. Gumban asking for a regular medical checkup, and his last checkup was February 20, 2023. So with this, Mr. Chairman, and he supposedly he will be scheduled for checkup this 10 December 2024. Mr. Chairman, with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that we will direct the medical officer of the House to check Mr. Gumban, and if the findings of our medical officer is favorable to the request, we will let Mr. Jimmy Gumban to have his regular checkup, Mr. Chairman. So move.
So, COMSEC, please coordinate closely with the House physician on the request of Mr. Jimmy Guban.
Mr. Chairman, we have with us a letter of excuse coming from the lawyers of Mr. Police Colonel Grijaldo. And once again, attached is a medical request from his doctor, a certain Dr. Montenegro, for a request to admit Colonel Grijaldo. But just to inform everyone, this is now the third time that Colonel Grijaldo was absent, and he sent us 3 excuse letter with the same reason, medical, Mr. Chairman. And with that, Mr. Chairman, to expedite the discussion, may I respectfully move, Mr. Chairman, that we...
Mr. Chair,
Sandali po.
before
I
you
am not yet
move,
finished.
Mr. Chair,
Wait,
if I may.
Wait.
Bahala kayo, Mr. Chairman, bahala kayo kung i-approve niyo yung motion ko o hindi.
No.
Diba? No.
1 minute
Or
suspension.
before
Hearing resumed.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. With the indulgence of the Honorable Chairman Dan Fernandez. Mr. Chairman, with these 3 letters sent to us, it's all about medical with attached medical request and certificate, may I respectfully move, Mr. Chairman, that we will direct our medical officer in the House to check personally the status of Colonel Grijaldo with regards to his medical condition, Mr. Chairman.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Okay, there is a motion. Before the chair rules on the motion, Congressman Fernandez is manifesting that he be recognized.
Yes,
Is
thank
that,
you, Mr. Chairman.
So before we finally rule on this motion, so is this an amendment to the motion?
No. I just wanted to manifest something. Mr. Chairman, as much as I wanted to inhibit myself on the discussion about this Colonel Grijaldo, medyo nakakapiko na po, Mr. Chairman. His continued absence, in this committee hearing, in the pretext of medical excuses, are not acceptable. He wants to run, He wants to run, running away from his responsibility and mentioning the name of this representation. He tainted the image of this representation, not only of this representation, but the whole of the Quadcom. Now, Mr. Chairman, medyo hindi ko po matatanggap yung excuses na medical services. As a matter of fact, Mr. Chairman, kung titignan mo itong kanyang excuse that written by his lawyer, kaya hindi po siya nakapunta rito because he was still in the hospital. Mula nung November 13 hanggang ngayon, nasa hospital pa rin siya. And he wanted to get a clearance prior to his surgical operation dahil meron daw po siyang rotator cuff syndrome that can be treated through rest, sling, and anti-inflammatory medications. Surely, he wanted to evade this hearing. Ayaw niyang panindigan yung mga sinabi niya doon sa affidavit niya sa Senado. In the previous hearing, Mr. Chairman, we manifested, di ba, na we will be relinquish our chairmanship on the issue of Colonel Grijaldo. Pero hanggang ngayon, inaantay po natin siya dito. And if I may, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I just wanted to ask kung andito po yung pihaw sa PNP na kung saan doon under preventive suspension si Colonel Grijaldo. May we ask, Mr. Chairman, kung nagre-report si Colonel Grijaldo sa pihaw?
Is there a representative from PIHAW?
Ayoko na po sana ngang magtanong tungkol dito. But, Mr. Chairman, the last time that he appeared in this Congress was more than a month already. And it's taking too long, because he said something against this committee, against this person. And that's the reason we wanted to be cleared on the affidavit that he manifested in the Senate. Now, Mr. Chairman, nandiyan na ba? Pihaw, please.
Pihaw, nandito ba ang taga-Pihaw?
Yeah.
Please take a seat. Para mabilis po tayo, please take a seat. Yung taga-Pihaw.
Ang pihaw po for the information of the body, sila po yung General Akop, itong custody ng mga under preventive suspension ba ang pihaw?
Mr. Chair, I think the representative of PIHAW is present and he will be able to answer those questions.
So ano
Kindly identify yourself.
Good morning, sirs. Police Brigadier General Constancio Chinayag Jr., the Acting Director of the Directorate for Personnel and Records Management. And under me is the PIHAW or Personnel Holding
Chair.
Administrative Unit, sir.
I'd like to ask if he has taken his oath.
This is my second time, sir, to appear, so I took my oath
Okay.
the first time.
What is the mandate of the PIHAW, sir?
It is the PIHAW is the unit in DPRM where personnel without any assignment are put into, sir.
So, mula noong November 13, nag-report na bubuwas inyo si Colonel Grijaldo?
He reported November 18, sir. November 18.
November 18.
Opo.
Pero the procedure of the PIHAW is what? You have to report what, daily?
Yes, sir. They should be physically accounted, especially when we were cautioned because we were allowed then because of our policy that we can account personnel online. But since the last meeting that Honorable Akop cautioned us, we required them, sir, to really be present during accounting.
So, kung hindi sila nagre-report, you consider them what?
If he will not report, sir, then he will be subjected to pre-charge investigation.
So, hindi siya nag-report sa inyo mula noong November 13. And as a matter of fact, nag-report lang sila sa inyo nung November 18.
Prior to November 18, sir, kasi yun yung may excuse siya that he is in hospital.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to ask in relation to what Congressman Dan Fernandez is saying. Ito bang si Grijaldo nag-report daily sa inyo? Because that is your rule, di ba?
Yes po, sir.
And he didn't do it.
Come again, sir?
He did not do it.
He reported po, sir. 18 to 20,
Daily.
22. Opo, sir.
Daily.
Opo, sir.
Physical report, physical, face-to-face. Did he report?
Yes, sir, because they are made to sign.
Daily.
Opo, sir.
Okay, after that, he did not report anymore, and it was told that he's in the hospital. Di ba?
If I may, Congressman Abante, ano? So, daily siya nagre-report mula noong November 18 hanggang ngayon. Nagre-report sa inyo daily.
Negative, sir. Because November 18, he applied for leave. 5 days mandatory and then special privilege leave. The effectivity of the mandatory leave is November 25 to 29. At naidugtong doon, sir, yung special privilege leave December 2 to 4. So he was officially, sir, he's on leave.
Wait. Ano yung special privilege that was given to him?
These are leaves allowed that we can avail of, sir, for PNP personnel, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So, yun yung special privilege.
Opo, sir.
Sige, Congressman muna.
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair,
you know, I've always maintained my silence over the accusation of Colonel Grijaldo on this. Because I do not anymore want to belabor what he said in the Senate. Because anyway, the people watching to us right now does not believe in his lies to us, no? Pero the thing is, he must appear. He must appear here and tell us about these accusations to us. Oo, kami naman, Mr. Chair, we are willing to inhibit ourselves while he is here being asked by the Quadcom. Oo. So my name was one of those mentioned with Congressman Dan Fernandez that we pressured him to tell a lie. Oo. And his lie is brazen, Mr. Chairman. So I'd like to find out what we're going to do with Colonel Grijaldo, realizing that he has not appeared here 3 times with the excuse that he has been in the hospital and confined, Mr. Chair.
Sa akin nandiyan,
Thank you.
Mr. Colonel Grijaldo. No?
Mr. Chairman,
let me allow the chair first to rule on the motion. The parliamentary status is that there is a motion that the House physician be directed to call on and visit Colonel Grijaldo and ensure that indeed, one, he needed confinement in a hospital. Two, that indeed he is suffering from a certain medical condition. And we will direct the House physician to ascertain this information. Now, before we rule, I allowed Chairman Fernandez to make a manifestation, and Congressman Abante also made this manifestation. Now I will recognize Congressman Flores for the amendment to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Mr. Chair, I
Congressman
just
Flores.
would like to propose an amendment to the motion of Chairman Caraps, Mr. Chair, if he would agree, Mr. Chair, that we ask the PNP to also send their doctor, Mr. Chair, because I believe that if Colonel Grijaldo is incapacitated to appear before a committee hearing, then would he be in a physical capacity to serve as a colonel in the PNP? If that would prohibit him from serving in the PNP in that manner, Mr. Chair, then maybe the PNP should also determine his physical fitness to continue serving as an officer of the PNP, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that's noted. The amendment is to include the Philippine National Police Medical Director to likewise check on Colonel Grijaldo.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So there's a motion as amended and duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is carried. COMSEC, please coordinate with the House physician, and Philippine National Police is directed to likewise ask the PNP doctor to check on Colonel Grijaldo.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, DS JJ Suarez.
yes, can I just ask the good Colonel, General, sorry. Nabanggit niyo po kanina na personal pong pumunta si Colonel Grijaldo sa inyo para pumirma. Ano pong petsa nun?
Hindi naman po sa akin personal kasi may chief ng PIHAW kay Colonel Acosta. Siya po ang nagsusupervise doon sa checking ng kanilang attendance po.
Anong date po yun?
November 18 po, sir.
November
18.
18. So kung
Tama po.
November 18 po yun, that would be around more or less a week or so ago. Tama?
Yes po, sir.
Mr. Chairman, the reason why I asked is because dito po sa unang sulat ng kanyang abogado, ang sinabi po niya dito ay naka-admit po siya sa ospital, kung hindi po ako nagkakamali. And suffering from left shoulder dislocation, TC slap tear. And this was issued by the Pasig Doctors Medical Center on November 11. And we have received another letter from their lawyer saying that Colonel Grijaldo is admitted at the Pasig Doctors Medical Center for the same issue, left shoulder rotator cuff syndrome and slap tear. And this is dated November 26. Mr. Chair, para naman po napakahirap paniwalaan na kung rotator cuff issue lang po ito, bakit ang tagal niyo po sa ospital? At sa sobrang tagal niyo po sa ospital, may kakayahan po kayo pumunta sa PIHAW para po personal na makapunta doon. Kaso lang, pagdating po sa hearing ng mga Quadcom, hindi po siya nakakadalo. So I would wait for the report of our medical personnel as to the status of Colonel Grijaldo in Pasig Doctors Medical Center. And maybe once we find out the truth regarding Colonel Grijaldo, we can make the necessary motions. I just wanted to manifest that, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, salamat po,
Mr. Chair.
DSJJ.
Mr. Chair.
We are, the parliamentary status is that we are in the process of disposing of our admin matters. If this is in relation to that, I would beg the indulgence of Congressman Abante.
This in relation to Colonel Grijaldo. Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
please
I'll be
continue.
allowed. I'd like to ask the NAPOLCOM about Colonel Grijaldo's attitude and absence, because it has been 1 month since he testified in the Senate about this. So, NAPOLCOM, will you please tell us?
Mr. Chair, if the police officer is unable to perform his duties, or he is not physically fit to perform his duties as a police officer, then he may be filed a case for incompetence, Mr. Chair. Or otherwise, he may also voluntarily file for permanent physical disability if he would want to claim pension by reason of his inability to perform his or physically function as a police officer, Mr. Chair.
You're saying, NAPOLCOM, that he can be charged with incompetence. That's what you're saying?
If he is no longer able to perform physically his functions, Mr. Chair, then that is a possible ground.
He's trying to hide, Mr. Chair. He's trying to hide from this committee. Of course, he cannot run in this committee's investigation, even if he tried to hide. He might even be watching and listening right now. We do not even know. So I would like to ask the NAPOLCOM to actually tell us the recommendation over the absence of Colonel Grijaldo, which is already 1 month since he made a statement in the Senate, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Abante. Now we proceed with the admin matters. Yes, Congressman Paduano.
Lastly, Mr. Chairman, with regards to Grijaldo lang po. You mentioned about the leave, no official leave of Grijaldo. That was it will start November 25 to December 4.
Tama po, sir.
Okay, so that will be 9 days because of that special leave na 4, 3, 2 to 4. Tama?
8 days po, sir.
8 days, okay. Now, please, General, mamaya na po yan. Please submit to this committee that official document that indeed you allow Colonel Grijaldo to have an official leave for 8 days. That's number 1 po. How about the previous? The previous medical certificates or medical checkups that was made by Grijaldo. Did he inform the police or the PIAO?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have the documents for him
Yes, Your
to
Honor.
request letter? Huwag niyong i-antidate, ha? Please submit to this committee because as mentioned by Chairman Abante, almost 1 month na po. Pag-submit niyo po. Then the motion that was made, amended motion by Congressman Flores, yung medical officer niyo po, dapat i-check siya. Kasi Mr. Chairman, because of these 3 excuse letter, it's all about medical excuse. Mr. Chairman, if Colonel Grijaldo is making a mockery of this hearing and some police officers in collusion of Colonel Grijaldo, I will not hesitate to cite him in contempt in this committee and all those 20 officials involved to face cases doon po sa NAPOLCOM. Kasi po, supposedly kayo po 1 month, hinayaan yung ganito. Of course, he's not absent without leave. Pero dapat naman po, you help us. You help this committee. 3 hearing wala siya. Under po sa PIAO.
Thank you.
I hope you will submit those documents today, General.
If I may, sir.
Yes.
We are helping.
Sandali
sir.
po. Can you submit those documents I mentioned today?
Yes, sir. We will submit po.
Or submit it today.
Yes, sir.
Please proceed.
We are helping the committee, sir, in this endeavor. Actually, sir, when you receive the notice that there is a Quadcom hearing for today, I canceled the leave for November 27, just for this purpose, po, sir.
You cancel what?
The leave po, sir.
Your leave?
No, sir, the leave of Colonel Grijaldo.
Also, you cancel all the leaves.
Only for this November 27 po.
So, he's not on leave.
He's not, sir, because he...
Okay, now, General, you check. Because the latest excuse letter of Colonel Grijaldo is dated ano po? November, I think November 23.
26.
Saan ba yun?
26.
Okay, November 26. But, that was 3 days ago. But, yesterday. But, ito, Jenap, please take note of this. But the date of the medical request of his doctor was dated 11/23/2024. Eh baka pati kayo, niloloko niyo na. Paki-check lang po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me proceed. Can I proceed, Mr. Chairman?
Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
With the indulgence of Congressman Caraps Paduano, Congressman Acop, and then is this in relation to the admin
Yes.
matters that we are discussing?
Yes,
Okay,
the current matter po.
after Congressman Acop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Congressman Acop, you're recognized.
May I request, Mr. Chair, that the head of the PHAW would answer my questions?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Iha, ano po ba yung rule sa PHAW regarding officers assigned there without any official assignment? Are they supposed to report there every day?
Your Honor, Mr. Chair, when I assumed as the Chief PHAW last October 17 of
Yeah.
this year,
Hindi ko po tinatanong kung kailan ka nag-assume.
yes, sir.
Ang tinatanong ko, ano po yung batas po ninyo sa PHAW tungkol doon sa mga opisyal na walang assignment na na-assign po dyan?
Yes, sir.
Ano po yung rule ninyo? Are they supposed to report there daily?
Sir, pursuant to PNP Memorandum Circular Number 2024-001, dated January 10, 2024, it states here, sir, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, if I may read. Accounting. The system of recording the actual strength of PNP personnel placed on PHAW, DPRM, RPHAS, or ARMD through physical or virtual accounting and station/office visits and the affixing of signatures of the personnel on the attendance sheet provided by the office. Sir, effective November 11, sir, when TDPRM, Police Brigadier General Chinayog, issued a memorandum that starting November 11, it will start the physical accounting of all PHAW personnel, sir. So when I assume office, sir, my predecessors accounts all the PHAW personnel assigned in PHAW, sir, virtual accounting. So effective November 11, sir, by virtue of the memorandum issued by Police Brigadier General Chinayog, the TDPRM, sir, we assume and we start the physical accounting to all PHAW personnel, sir. They are reporting to the officer 10 a.m. at 3 o'clock, affixing their signature, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, sir.
And pursuant to your records, Colonel Grijaldo, has obediently obeyed all your requirements? May I
Since
know kung siya po ay religiously sinunod po yung inyong directive na yan na nag-report siya daily?
he started physically reporting to
Ang
our office.
tinatanong ko lang po ay kung dun sa requirement ng inyong procedure there, sinunod ba lahat ni Colonel Grijaldo yan? Yun lang
Yes.
naman ang tanong ko eh.
Yes po, sir.
Nagre-report siya araw-araw? Pumipirma siya sa dun sa logbook?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, sir, starting November 18, he reported physically, sir, and signed his attendance.
Yes, I know. Sinabi mo na eh. But
Opo.
did Colonel Grijaldo obey that religiously?
And yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, from November 18 to November 25, Mr. Chair. At to November 22, sorry, Mr. Chair, Your
November
Honor.
22?
Yes, sir. From Monday, November
Yung
18.
November 11, nung lumabas yung directive,
He was not around, Mr. Chair, informing us that he's still admitted in the hospital, Mr. Chair, Pasig Doctors Medical Hospital, Mr. Chair.
okay. Now, yung pagre-report niya, naka-logbook po kayo. Please submit to this committee yung logbook na pinipirmahan niya.
Yes, Mr. Chair,
Thank you.
Your Honor.
And did he ask, may I know your protocol also kung ang isang officer ng PNP ay mag-avail ng medical services? Ano po yung protocol nun?
Pardon, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
What is the protocol of the PNP para sa isang opisyal na mag-avail ng medical services? Kagaya ni Colonel Grijaldo, bigla na lang nagpa-confine.
The hospital that he is admitted, Mr. Chair, Your Honor, is a private hospital or a government hospital in Pasig City. He did not went to the PNP General Hospital to seek medical
Hindi.
treatment, Mr.
Oh,
Chair.
so your protocol does not require na pag mag-avail ng medical services isang police officer, hindi niya i-inform yung unit niya.
Mr. Chair, considering that when he was admitted, it's still a virtual accounting. He did not inform us that he was admitted or confined. It will only come to our attention when we directed him a notice to explain last November 7, Mr. Chair, when he was absent during the November 17 joint Quadcom committee, Mr. Chair. Your Honor.
Marami pong salamat. Mr. Chair, the situation is this. We have issued a show cause order to Colonel Grijaldo for being absent in the last October 22 hearing. So we issued a show cause order, and the answer of the lawyer of the Colonel Grijaldo was that he was confined, so he was not also able to attend the November 7 hearing that we conducted. Now, November 27, he's not around with a medical reason, the same as his excuse in the November 7 hearing. That is the situation, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Ako, for that information. So,
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
as I stated earlier, after Congressman Ako, it is Congressman PM Vargas. This is in relation to the
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Grijaldo
30
issue.
seconds lang, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sige, please, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Narinig ko kasi yung rotator cuff syndrome. No, on September 18, 2024, kung nakikita niyo ko dito, nakasling ako, I didn't have a syndrome. I had a torn rotator cuff and I had my surgery in September 18, 2024. On September 19, nakalabas na ako ng ospital.
Okay.
So this is elective surgery. 'Di ba? Ngayon, kung talagang kung talagang ang rotator cuff syndrome ay matindi, yung sa kanya, we can recommend for complete disability retirement. 'Di ba? Kasi may annual check-up ang mga pulis. So kung may annual, andito yata yung Napolcom, pwede nilang gawin yan. At pwede nating i-recommend ang ganun, kung ganun kalala. Pero based on my experience, 5 ang screw ko sa balikat ko ngayon. Torn rotator, torn bicep, frozen shoulder. Pero 1 day lang. Pinalabas na ako ng ospital.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that information. We
Chair.
will take note of the information shared by Congressman Vargas, and we will forward this to the medical director of the House of Representatives so that when he visits and confirms the confinement of Colonel Grijaldo, he can discuss this with his personal doctor. Yes, Congressman Abante.
Being the chairman of the Committee on Human Rights, on the basis of a humanitarian attitude, I am willing to let him borrow my wheelchair, Mr. Chair, for him to be allowed to be here. In fact, mayroon na ako ditong gamot niya, sapagkat mayroon din akong pain, yung tramadol and paracetamol. Mayroon ako dito, Mr. Chair. Mayroon din akong diclofenac spray. So, for humanitarian purposes, I am willing to give him my wheelchair and all of the medicines needed for him to attend here.
Thank you for your generosity, Congressman Abante. Now we will proceed with the discussion on the admin matters. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anyway, sa piyaw na lang po before I proceed, no? Pakisabit din po yung pakicheck nyo rin po yung confinement niya na sinasabi niya yung date na yon.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Chairman, you have been received a copy of the excuse letter coming from Ms. Cassandra Ong, and attached is the recommendation of our medical and dental service in the House, signed by Luis Jose Bautista, Doctor, Director 2. Now, allow me to read the last part of the letter, Mr. Chairman. The patient reported persistent symptoms, including sore throat, mild cough, and middle back pain. We recommend continuing the prescribed medication and management plan for at least 1 more week. So with this, Mr. Chairman, mismo na po yung medical office o officer natin na nag-recommend. So the excuse of Ms. Cassandra Ong is granted, Mr. Chairman. Now, next, Mr. Chairman, we haven't received a copy of a letter coming from for Ms. Alice Go. And may hearing po si Alice Go on November 28 and 29, 2024. Ito lang po yung sinabit niya.
But today is November 27.
Yeah, today is November 27. Comsec, ano pa ba yung invitation na bang status dito kay Go?
Yes, sir, invitation.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Sir, according to the court, she has a hearing today,
Okay.
but she will be available on 28 and 29.
so why he's not available today?
She has a hearing, sir.
Court
Hearing.
Yes, sir.
Pero 28, 29 ang hearing, di ba?
That's the
Nakalagay
time.
dito?
She is available on that days.
Okay.
On those days.
Please, ano na lang po, please check doon sa branch. No?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Branch of court. Kung talagang may hearing and the presence of Miss Alice Go is there. Please.
Yes, sir.
Comsec. Thank you. Now, let me take up, Mr. Chairman, the letter is excuse letter of Miss Rose Nonolin. Ito na po, I will just read the second paragraph, Mr. Chairman. This was signed by, I think, si John Reyna Montesilio and Ong Siaco Law Office, no? Signed by Cesar Manalaysay and Alma Fernandez Malonga and Maria Luisa Sebastian. Mr. Chairman, allow me to read this second paragraph. We regret to inform the Honorable Committee that Ms. Lin is unavailable to attend the 12th public hearing. She expresses her intent to be of valuable help to the Honorable Committee. In fact, she has exerted efforts to make herself available during the two previously canceled public hearings. Unfortunately, Ms. Lin has to attend to an urgent family matter. Ms. Lin has to attend to an urgent family matter that requires her presence abroad on the day of the 12th public hearing. Nonetheless, he continued to assist, blah, 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 etc., etc., and she submitted the documents that was ordered to him last hearing. But Mr. Chairman, reading this letter, nasa abroad siya today. So, is there a BID representative? BID. Attorney. Kindly
Yes, Your Honor.
check once again the latest travel record of Rose Nonolin
Yes, Your Honor.
before bago tayo mag-suspend mamaya, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Para ma-update lang po yung
Yes, Your Honor.
committee.
We will
Because
update
we
upon-
need it dahil si Rose Nonolin, alam po natin, is principal resource person with regards to drugs and Pogo po.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please po. Thank you. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, balikan ko lang po, no? And I think Chairman Akop has something to say about this. The excuse letter from Attorney Mans Carpio. But before, Mr. Chairman, I will leave my time to Chairman Akop. Let me just once again reiterate that the COMSEC did not send an invitation to Congressman Pulong. But we only, the motion last time by this representation was to send a notice of the hearing. No? Para po malinaw, baka mamaya gagamitin namang issue yan against this committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will leave my time to Chairman Akop with regards to the excuse letter of Attorney Mans Carpio.
Chairman Akop?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney Mans Carpio, in his communication to the committee, Mr. Chair, simply state that he wants to be excused simply because he has filed criminal complaints against Mr. Jimmy Guman in the Office of the Ombudsman, Office of the City Prosecutor, Quezon City, and later at the Office of the Provincial Prosecutor of Pampanga. And he cited numerous cases decided by the Supreme Court supporting his position, Mr. Chair. And but I think, Mr. Chair, it is up for this committee whether we will accept ito pong excuse ni Attorney Mans Carpio. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Akop. Perhaps we can defer the decision of the committee on the letter of Attorney Mans Carpio before we adjourn this committee hearing today. So, are there anything else on the administrative matters before we proceed?
To the those issued some of them issued SOCOS, no, to submit the required documents with this committee. But before that, may I ask the COMSEC, yung letter ba natin kay Attorney Carpio is just an invitation?
Yes, sir.
Hindi pa SOCOS. Thank you, COMSEC. Now, let me proceed, Mr. Chairman. We have ordered Mr. Paul Gutierrez to submit to this committee news articles he has written about Mr. Jimmy Guman. And until now, he's not yet submitted such document or such news report or article, Mr. Chairman. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move to issue a SOCOS order with regards to this news articles being required to Mr. Paul Gutierrez, Mr. Chairman. So move.
There's a motion to issue a show cause order on Mr. Paul Gutierrez's articles regarding Mr. Jimmy Guban, and it was duly seconded. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me proceed with the next. SPO4 Sanson Sani Binaventura, when he was present during the last hearing with regards to EJK, he committed to submit his SALN, no, from 2008 to 2021. But until now, he has not submitted such documents. At the same time, he has not sent us a letter of excuse, whatever, to explain why he has not submitted such document. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I move to issue a subpoena dos STECOM with regards to the statement of asset and liabilities and net worth for the years 2008 to 2021 of retired SPO4 Sanson Sani Binaventura. So move, Mr. Chairman.
There is a motion to issue a subpoena duces tecum.
Duces tecum, Mr. Chairman.
In relation to the documents promised to us by Mr. Sani Binaventura. And any second? Any second?
Second, Mr.
Duly
Chair.
seconded. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved.
Lastly, Mr. Chairman, for the LRA. Nandito ba yung LRA? LRA?
Oh yes, there.
RD, wala ba yung head of office nyo? National? Please take na lang po. Take a seat.
Good morning,
Madam.
Your Honors.
Madam,
Yes,
during the
sir.
previous hearing, you were ordered to submit to this committee official records of the properties of Mr. Sanson Binaventura. Have you complied?
Attorney Paulo Tamayo was the representative at
Oh, where is he? Please,
He's
Attorney
here, Your
Tamayo. Attorney Tamayo, have you taken your oath?
Not yet, Your Honor.
Is this the first time you have attended this committee hearing?
It's not the first time, Your Honor, but however, Your Honor, I haven't taken my oath yet
So-
in the previous hearings, Your Honor.
Sir, can Comsec please administer his oath?
Mr. Chairman, can I ask also the LGU representatives of LGUs? They have not taken their oath.
Mayor ng Mexico Pampanga, kasi this is a new invitation for you, no?
Para
Sa
sa
Quadcom. And the former Mayor Tumang and Alex Tumang and those invited resource persons from Pampanga, please take your oath.
Yes. Okay. Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this public inquiry, so God may help you? Thank you. The oath has been administered, sir.
Thank you. Yes,
Thank you, Chairman. LRA, you were ordered to submit to this committee official records of properties by Mr. Former or retired SPO4 Sani Binaventura during the last hearing.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the honorable members of the committee. Earlier this morning, Your Honor,
Pakilapit po ng microphone.
Earlier this morning, Your Honor, we received a verbal request with regard to the list of properties of Sanson Binaventura, Your Honor. And at present, Your Honor, the information with regard to the list of properties are being extracted as of now, Your Honor.
Attorney, so wala, hindi kayo naka-receive ng order coming from this committee to the COMSEC with regards to that document?
I believe we have not, Your Honor. On behalf of the legal division, Your Honor, I believe we failed to receive this address.
COMSEC, have you sent a letter with regard to that document?
I'm checking our record, sir. But he is right. This morning we talked and we requested for them to submit the documents.
However, Your Honor, a few minutes ago, Your Honor, we already received an information from our ICT that the information with regard to the properties of the same person are already extracted. And as of this moment, Your Honor, our representative from the LRA is on his way to bring the said documents, Your Honor.
Okay, please submit to this committee in today's, before we suspend, no?
Yes, Your Honor.
Today's hearing.
Thank you very
Mamaya po, pag-usapan natin yan.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So we're done. Okay, thank you. Now we will proceed with the hearing proper and the.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Before that, I would like to recognize Congresswoman Arlene Brosas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is a manifestation, Mr. Chair, with regards to the hearing last time of the extrajudicial killings and for the next hearing of the EJK, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Chair, nasaksihan natin sa mga nakaraang hearing ng Quad Committee ang kalunos-lunos na kalagayan ng mga biktima ng madugong giyera kontra droga ng Duterte administration. Hindi lamang mga pinaghihinalaang drug users at pushers ang naging target, kundi pati mga inosenteng sibilyan ay nadamay sa walang habas na pagpatay. Gumamit ng mga pekeng warrants, nanlaban kaya pinatay, walang maayos na investigasyon pagkatapos. Mr. Chair, ito ang mga nararanasan ng mga biktima at kanilang pamilya sa ilalim ng war on drugs. Makikita rin ang ganitong kalakaran sa nangyaring magkasabay na operasyon na nagresulta ng extrajudicial killings noong March 7, 2021. Sa isang araw na operasyon lamang, 9 ang pinatay at 4 ang inaresto ng mga pulis. Noong nangyari ito, ang isa sa mga Davao Boys na si Police Colonel Lito Patay ay kasalukuyang head ng PNP CIDG Regional Field Unit sa Region 4A noon. Siya rin ang nag-apply ng 63 search warrants noon kung saan 42 ang naaprubahan para sa operasyon na ito. So Mr. Chair, mahalagang marinig natin mula sa mga pamilya ng biktima ang nangyari noon. Nagpadala rin po ang mga pamilya ng biktima ng sulat sa Quad Committee. Kaya naman, I implore this committee to invite the families of the victims, Rosenda Lemita and Lizelle Asuncion, to our next hearing of the extrajudicial killings. And also, Mr. Chair, to invite the perpetrators, those who can be identified, Mr. Chair. I believe, Mr. Chair, that copies of letters and documents were already sent to your respective offices as chairpersons of the Quad Committee, Mr. Chair. Kilala po itong issue na ito as Bloody Sunday Massacre, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, salamat po, Congresswoman Brosas. Yes, pagka tinalakay po natin ang usapin tungkol sa extrajudicial killings sa ating mga susunod na mga pagdinig, ay iimbitahan po natin ang mga taong nabanggit ninyo.
Yes, Mr. Chair, inquire ka lang, Mr. Chair, kasi we would like to for it to be included yung mga names ngayon sa admin matters so that by next hearing, Mr. Chair, ready na po na maimbitahan natin or nandito na yung mga witnesses, Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
at the moment we are in, the committee just received a letter coming from the families of the victim. And in their letters, they are requesting for an audience with the committee. And we have been discussing that. And perhaps in the next Quadcom hearing on the topic of EJK, we will invite them and we will send invitations ahead so that they can make the necessary preparations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po. Yes, Congressman Karap.
Part of the admin, Mr. Chairman, just to update now with regards to travel, doon sa excuse letter ni Rose Nonolin, we have received from the BID that on 19th November, that was 8 days ago, 2024, Rose Nonolin left Manila to Hong Kong. PAL siguro to, Philippine Airlines, kasi PR 310, no? So 19 po. BID, hanggang ngayon hindi pa na ba nakabalik? Wala pang return. BID, wala. Mamaya po, Mr. Chairman, mamaya na po natin tanungin BID.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, salamat, Congressman Paduano. Now we will proceed with the first part of the hearing is the presentation of the report of the PIDEA to the Quadcom. May kaugnayan po ito dun sa drug situation na dito po sa ating bansa. So PIDEA, are you ready with your presentation?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Your Honor.
Okay, please proceed. While you're doing your presentation, everybody's invited to have your lunch, courtesy of DSJJ Suarez. So please enjoy the lunch hosted by DSJJ. Ito ating Davao. We'd like to acknowledge the presence of Congressman Jude Asidre and Congressman Franz Pumaren.
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, good morning. This presentation is a compilation of information from the hearings of the Committee on Dangerous Drugs, chaired by Congressman Robert H. Barbers, Committee on Public Order and Safety, chaired by Congressman Dan Fernandez, Committee on Human Rights, chaired by Congressman Bienvenido Abante Jr., and Committee on Public Accounts, chaired by Congressman Joseph Stephen Caraps Paduano, as well as information from Senate hearings regarding dangerous drugs and Philippine offshore gaming operators or POGOs, including data from our agency and various resources. Our investigations began when 560 kilos of shabu worth 3.6 billion pesos were seized in a joint operation of the National Bureau of Investigations, Bureau of Customs, the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, and the Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency in Mexico, Pampanga, in September 24, 2023. After a controlled delivery operation, the boxes of drugs containing shabu were seized in a warehouse owned by Willie Ong, which was constructed on land previously owned by the Tumang family in Pampanga. Willie Ong, also known as Kai Kui Meng, is one of the 5 identified incorporators of Empire 999 Realty Incorporated. Another incorporator of Empire 999 is IDT Young. IDT Young is an incorporator of 2 other companies, Golden Sun 999 Realty and Development Corporation and Yatay Industrial Park Incorporated for their land acquisition. Aside from IDT Young, another incorporator of Golden Sun 999 Realty and Development Corporation is Rose Nono Lin. Rose Nono Lin is also an incorporator of Parmali Pharmaceutical, which rose to notoriety when it bagged 13 contracts from the government worth a total of 11 billion. All supplies for COVID response during the global pandemic, despite having a declared paid-up capital of only 625,000 pesos. One co-incorporator of Rose Nono Lin in Parmali Pharmaceutical Corporation is Michael Yang or Hong Meng Yang. Rose Nono Lin and Michael Yang are also co-incorporators of a certain Alan Lin in Piley Holdings Corporation. Alan Lin is the husband of Rose Nono Lin. A reliable informant of Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency suitably identified that Alan Lin or Alan Jeffrey Lin also uses several other identities, namely Jeffrey or Jeff Lin, Ayong, Wexiong Lin or Lin Wexion, Alan Lim, and Wen Li Chen. According to this informant, Alan Lin is a close friend of then Special Assistant to the President, Christopher Bongo. Alan Lin is a casino junket operator who is involved in the kidnapping of high-roller Chinese gamblers in Okada, Manila. Alan Lin or Wexiong Lin was involved in a case involving illegal drugs in Cavite, but this case was dismissed in 2015. Further, Alan Lin allegedly holds Vietnamese, Burmese, and Cambodian passports. Alan Lim and Michael Yang were linked by former PNP Colonel Eduardo Asierto in a drug matrix of the Johnson Chua Drug Trafficking Organization, which Asierto revealed in 2017. Johnson Chua is allegedly responsible for operating a drug warehouse in Cagayan de Oro City, the Shabu clandestine laboratory raided by PDEA in Dumoy, Davao City in 2004, and another Shabu laboratory in Bunawan, Davao City. Michael Yang handled shipping requirements for Johnson Chua, while Alan Lim, who was connected to Yang, operated a clandestine Shabu laboratory in Cavite. Yang Jianxin, also known as Tony Yang or Antonio Maestrado Lim, is a sibling of Michael Yang. Tony Yang is allegedly the owner of a Pogo in Cagayan de Oro City and affiliated to Mr. Johnson Chua, the same Chua who is a known smuggler and implicated in the dismantled clandestine Shabu laboratory in Dumoy, Davao City in 2004. Hong Jing Yang is another sibling of Michael Yang. Hong Jiang Yang is also an incorporator of Fullwind Group and Piley Estate Group. The Presidential Anti-Organized Crime Commission provided information that Hong Jiang Yang and a certain Yao Sheng Kan transferred funds to the company Baoful Land Development Incorporated. Later, investigations revealed that the incorporator of Baoful Land is Alice Lial Go or Go Waping, the former mayor of Bamban, Tarlac. Baoful Land Development Incorporated is the real estate company that leased its compound to the Pogo licensee Hongxing Gaming Technology Incorporated, later renamed Zun Yuan Technology Incorporated. According to Senator Risa Hontiveros, the money amounting to 3.3 billion pesos from Hong Kong from Hong Jiangyang and Yu Qingkan was used to bankroll Hongxing Gaming Technology Incorporated. Hongxing Gaming Technology Incorporated built the Pogo Complex in Bamban, which was raided on March 13, 2024. The Anti-Money Laundering Council released the results of its investigation last July 2024 and identified several companies linked via financial instruments and transactions to Miss Alice Go. One company identified by the AMLAC caught the attention of Philippine Drug Enforcement Agency. RMCE Metal Products Trading Company, which received fund transfers from Alice Go through QJJ Farm and her personal bank accounts. QJJ Farm is owned by Alice Go. RMCE Metal Products had been previously investigated by AMLAC and PDEA for having financial interactions with accounts of Concepcion in Chua and her husband, Ronnie Chua. The Chua accounts had been previously identified by PDEA as instruments used for money laundering by convicted Chinese drug lord Wu Tuan Yuan, better known as Peter Ko. These accounts are the subject of money laundering cases, even as Peter Ko is serving his drug sentence in Sablayan Penal Farm in Occidental Mindoro. That ends my presentation, sirs.
Thank you, Deputy Director Gumban. May we know if you have a soft copy of that presentation? Can you please submit that to the committee?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, maraming salamat po. Now, with that presentation, we have a list of interpellators. And in the list, I have here the first interpellator is Congresswoman Jinky Beatrix Luistro. You are recognized and you have 10 minutes.
Mr. Chair, the presentation of PDEA, although we acknowledge that there is clarity and it enlightens the committee on how Pogo drugs are related, including the illegal acquisition of land, the volume of corporate layering, along with the corporate personalities, are truly overwhelming, Mr. Chair. So I wish to raise some questions which I will be deducing to the matrix that was presented by the PDEA. First, among those, you mentioned, PDEA, about controlled delivery. For the enlightenment of the Filipino people, although I understand that we have discussed this initially at the Dangerous Drugs Committee that was prior to the creation of Quadcom, kindly enlighten us again. Ano po ba ang ibig sabihin ng controlled delivery?
Yes, Mr. Chair. According to Article 2 of the Organized Crime Convention describes controlled delivery as the technique for allowing suspicious shipments or cargo to leave, pass through, or enter a jurisdiction with the knowledge and supervision of authorities.
And with that, PDEA, when did you acknowledge that suspicion that there will be entry of dangerous drugs in the country?
Mr. Chair, Your Honor, this information is the lead agency on this operation, ma'am, is the National Bureau of Investigation. So they were the first to know what is coming to the Philippines.
So is it correct to say, PDEA, that it was the NBI who acquired that information, and thereafter they made the necessary coordination with the PIDEA, the BOC, and the NICA. Tama po ba iyon?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
At least, PIDEA, can you please enlighten us, ano po bang information ang shinare sa inyo ng NBI that led to this operation?
They went to our office about 6 months before the operation. That is for coordination purposes and for joint operation. Yes, Mr. Chair.
May we know what information was shared to you?
That there is a incoming shipments going to the Philippines.
A port of unloading, the date of delivery, the shipper, the importer, the consignee, PIDEA.
Yes, ma'am.
So with that information given to PIDEA, from your end, ano pong ginawa ninyo?
Ours, ma'am, is just coordination with NBI. We let them do their task. And in support to NBI, that is what they are requesting us, is the control delivery, because it is only the Director General of PIDEA can approve the control delivery, ma'am.
By control delivery, PIDEA, would it be correct to say na yun pong intended na port of unloading ay kino-control na ng government and it is being unloaded somewhere else as directed by the government?
It is controlled by the agent or the action agent of NBI, ma'am. They are the one who are giving information and we are just receiving it. And the NBI is just coordinating with us what to do with it.
What therefore is the participation of the BOC, being the agency which has jurisdiction over importation?
As agreed upon, ma'am, they will be the one to intercept the cargo there in their jurisdiction. That
And
is in Subic.
Did BOC indeed intercepted?
Yes, ma'am, together with other agencies, together with PIDEA and NBI.
You mentioned about this interception. During the interception of this shipment, present po ba itong apat na agencies, PIDEA, NBI, BOC, and NICA?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you please enlighten us? Please describe the illegal shipment that was apprehended.
Ma'am, could NBI answer that question, ma'am? We are not really, we do not really know the exact information about that matter because it is an NBI operation.
But you said a while ago that it was jointly conducted by the four offices, the PIDEA, the NBI, the BOC, and the NICA. And you likewise said earlier that these four offices were present during the operation. Saan po ba nahuli ito?
In the wharf of Subic Port, ma'am.
Wharf of Subic Port. And I heard from your report that this was found in a warehouse in Mexico, Pampanga.
Yes, ma'am. That is because of control delivery. We know that already that is in the Subic. We accounted for it together with the four agencies. And through control delivery operation, ma'am, it is already the PIDEA who is controlling the delivery.
PIDEA, if we are aware, ano po talaga yung port of unloading na nakalagay sa bill of lading nito?
Subic Bay Port, ma'am.
Subic Bay Port. And since it is a controlled delivery, it was directed to be unloaded or to be brought to the Empire 999 warehouse in Mexico, Pampanga. Tama po ba?
No, ma'am, because the first area that it should be delivered is Tondo, Manila.
So what is actually written on the bill of lading? Saan po dapat ang delivery nito?
Tondo, Manila, ma'am.
Tondo, Manila. Then why did it go to Subic, Pampanga?
Along the way in route to Tondo, Manila, ma'am, according to the NBI, the action agents told them that it would be directed to Mexico, Pampanga.
So was the delivery unloaded in Tondo or in Subic, Pampanga?
First, ma'am, it is unloaded in Subic.
And then
Then it is carried by the vehicle going to Tondo. But along the way, it was diverted to Mexico, Pampanga.
I see. It was unloaded in Subic, and then while it was on its way to Tondo, you shifted going to Mexico, Pampanga. Again, that is under the concept of controlled delivery.
First, there is a control delivery going to Tondo, Manila, ma'am. Then we changed the control delivery from Tondo, Manila going to Mexico, Pampanga.
Can you please enlighten us? Sino po ang shipper? Sino ang importer? At saan po ang warehouse dapat nito?
That information, ma'am, is with the National Bureau of Investigation.
I understand. Pidea, since you are saying that under the concept of controlled delivery, instead of bringing this to Tondo, Manila, you brought the shipment to Mexico, Pampanga, specifically Empire 999 warehouse. Tama po ba?
Yes, ma'am. Warehouse number 2 of Empire 999.
Among the 4 offices, which actually directed that the shipment be brought to Mexico, Pampanga?
It was the National Bureau of Investigation.
The National Bureau of Investigation. And can you please walk us through ano pong nangyari when this shipment was already brought to Mexico, Pampanga, Empire 999?
We waited for more or less 3 days that somebody will take it from inside the warehouse. So we have the surveillance team there. We have the camera.
For how many days, sir?
Almost 3 days, ma'am, because we have extended the control delivery operation for almost 3 times.
3
That is
times.
at the request of NBI, ma'am.
Okay. So
Then-
it's like an entrapment, sir? Reason why you brought it to Empire 999?
Yes, ma'am. That is the purpose, ma'am. To
You are
entrap those who
waiting
will get
as
it.
to the person who can possibly come and take custody of the illegal shipment. Tama po?
Yes, ma'am.
May dumating po bang tao?
None, ma'am.
Wala po. Then what did you do with the shipment?
Then we get into the warehouse and remove and take and account again the illegal drugs, ma'am.
Nevertheless, Pidea, since wala pong dumating na tao to take the shipment, of course, I understand you inquire into the ownership of Empire 999, kung saan nadala po at natagpuan itong illegal shipment na ito upon the directive of the NBI, as you have said. Sino
Yes,
po
ma'am.
ang may-ari ng Empire 999?
It was later found out, ma'am, that it is Willie Ong, ma'am.
Willie Ong and ADT Yang, tama po ba? Among the incorporators?
Initially, ma'am, it is only Willie Ong that we know. Then with what we have researched, and according to other sources, he has again about 5 incorporators in that Empire 999.
Who is Willie Ong, Pidea?
Willie Ong, ma'am, also known as Kai Kiming, is one of the 5 identified incorporators of Empire 999 Realty Incorporated. And we have researched, ma'am, that he has also a lot of co-incorporators.
I wish to believe that you have looked into the articles of incorporation of Empire 999 already.
Yes, ma'am.
And may I know if you have checked already the citizenship, the nationality of Willie Ong?
Ma'am, it was the NBI who has the follow-up of the operation.
But on the basis of the information that was shared to you already by the NBI, would you know kung ano pong nationality ni Willie Ong?
We do have no knowledge of that, ma'am.
May we hear from NBI? NBI, have we checked the nationality of Willie Ong?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, for the NBI, may I ask that Attorney Jonathan Galicia, the head of our task force anti-illegal drugs, be recognized?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, the NBI is waiting to be recognized.
Oh, yeah, Attorney Galicia, you're recognized. Please respond to the question of Congresswoman Luis.
Have we checked on the nationality of Willie Ong?
Yes, Your Honor.
How about the nationality of ADT Yang?
Yes, Your Honor.
May we know the extent of ownership of Willie Ong over Empire 999?
I don't have the records right now, Mr. Chairman, but we already submitted our findings to the committee.
Would you know, NBI, whether this Empire 999 is a Filipino corporation or otherwise?
It's supposedly it's a Filipino owned corporation, but it turns out that all the incorporators of the company are Chinese national, Mr.
And
Chairman.
having said that, Attorney Galicia, would it be correct to say that Empire 999 is not a Filipino corporation and instead a Chinese corporation?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And this brings us to the next question. Paano po kaya sila nakapag-incorporate considering that they are all Chinese nationals?
Your Honor, based on our investigation, they were able to secure a birth certificate which they falsified. But after verifying with the National Statistics Office, we were able to found out that those birth certificates were spurious.
And this corporate identity of Empire 999 was used to be able to acquire the warehouse which was formerly owned by architect Alex Tumang. Tama po ba yun, NBI?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, I wish to manifest that we are at the point where we are connecting already the dangerous drugs with the illegal acquisition of land. We may recall that the 560 kilos of shabu were found in Empire 999 owned by Chinese nationals, all Chinese nationals. Among them are Willie Ong and ADT Yang. And for the record, Mr. Chair, ADT Yang is involved in the acquisition, or should I say illegal acquisition of land, to be particular 320 land holdings in Mexico, Pampanga, Mr. Chair. So while there is implication already in dangerous drugs because of having found this 560 kilos of shabu in Empire 999 owned by Willie Ong and ADT Yang, it must be stressed that Willie Ong illegally acquired the warehouse using its corporate identity when in fact they are all Chinese nationals. Tama po ba ito, NBI?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And in addition to that, another incorporator in the person of ADT Yang was able to acquire 320 land holdings. Well, it is also through Empire 999. This is worth billions. Through Mayor Tumang and the brother architect Alex Tumang. Tama po ba ito, NBI?
That's being investigated now by the NBI, Mr. Chairman.
Perhaps we can ask the LRA. Can we hear from LRA? There are information, Mr. Chair, that Empire 999 likewise acquired 320 land holdings worth billions. This is apart from the Empire 999 warehouse, which incorporator among belong Willie Ong and ADT Yang. LRA, would you confirm na meron pong 320 land holdings ang Empire 999?
As regards the count, Your Honor, we do not have the exact figure, but what I can remember is I already sent email to Attorney Dumali of AMLAC respecting the land holdings of Empire 999.
Mr. Chair, perhaps we can hear from Attorney Dumali. Can you give us a complete account of the land holdings acquired by Empire 999, which we must emphasize is not a Filipino corporation, but instead a Chinese corporation, considering that all incorporators are Chinese nationals?
Mr. Chair, please allow me to access the email sent by LRA as regards the actual number of titles. But if you may recall, Mr. Chair, the instruction came during the first Quadcom meeting in Pampanga, wherein the Quadcom instructed the LRA, the AMLAC, and the PAOK to coordinate as regards those properties. The list was provided by LRA on August 19, and in August 20, the same was forwarded to PAOK, Mr. Chair.
LRA, can you at least confirm na maraming land holdings ang pag-aari ng Empire 999? Tama po ba ito? Without being certain about the number of land holdings.
Yes, Your Honor, we confirm that.
And can you please enlighten us, kailan po ba nag-umpisa itong illegal acquisition of land holding?
Your Honor, may I be allowed to access my email to confirm the exact date?
Yes, Mr. Chair, let us give her time to access. Meantime, may we ask Mayor Tumang?
Mayor Tumang, can you please occupy the seat? Page, paki-assist mo nga si Mayor Tumang.
Mr. Chair, I am trying to show to the committee how Empire 999 is involved not only in dangerous drugs but also in the illegal acquisition of land. Without sounding repetitive, Mr. Chair, let us be reminded that the 560 kilos of shabu were found in Empire 999, which is owned by Chinese incorporators. Among those are Willie Ong and ADT Yang. It is the same company, Empire 999, which allegedly acquired illegally 320 land holdings, allegedly in Mexico, Pampanga as well. So at this point in time, since both the dangerous drugs operation and the illegal acquisition of land both happened in Mexico, Pampanga, let us ask Mayor Tumang to enlighten us kung ano pong nangyari dito, because I believe dumadaan sa munisipyo lahat ng transfer ng property. Mayor Tumang, please.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Mayor Tumang, when was your first assumption of office as Mayor of Mexico, Pampanga?
2004 po, Your Honor.
2004. As far as you can recall, Mayor Tumang, kailan po ba nag-umpisang mag-acquire ng property si Empire 999?
Hindi ko po maibigay, hindi ko alam yung exact year, but approximately po 2000, yung nakabalik po ang mayor, 2017.
2017. Mayor Tumang, do you personally know Willie Ong?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Do you personally know ADT Yang?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
But
Mr. Chairman,
would
with the indulgence of the Honorable Luiso.
Yeah, okay, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Tumang,
Yes po, Your Honor.
for the information of everyone, ito kasi pong question of the drugs and the acquisition of properties ng mga foreign national form part of my reso doon sa public accounts. Kasi public accounts na lang pinagsimulan nito eh. Na it was forwarded to this Quadcom. But the issue about some properties, transactions of Mayor Tumang, in which, ilang beses ka naman na-dismiss, Mayor? Ilang beses ka na na-dismiss? Yung dismissal order mo? Ilan?
Once lang po, Your Honor.
Once ka lang na-dismiss?
Yes po,
Alam ko
Your-
dalawa. Are you telling the truth? Mayor Tumang, ganito lang po, I just want to warn you. You're under oath once again in this Quadcom hearing and you're being asked by Congressman Luis Ro. Please, don't lie.
Your Honor, yung pong yung previous po, na-reverse po yun.
And then,
Yung
okay.
2022. And then po, 2023, last August po, yun po yung last ko pong dismissal.
Under appeal.
Yes po, pending appeal po.
Pending appeal. Now, Mayora, ganito lang po, you're being asked if kilala mo si Eddie Yang, kilala mo si Tuma, kilala mo si Billy Ong. I just want to tell you, we have already discussed it in the Committee on Public Accounts. And please answer the query of the members of this committee truthfully, or else I will show you the proof.
Yes po, Your
And
Honor.
if you're lying, I will cite you in contempt once again, Mayor Tumang. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mayor Tumang, ulitin ko po yung tanong. Do you personally know Willie Ong?
Your Honor, hindi ko po personally kakilala si Willie Ong and Eddie Yang. Pumunta po sa munisipyo, doon ko lang po sila nakilala dahil nag-inquire na bibili po silang lupa.
With your statement, Mayor Tumang, it appears that you personally know Willie Ong and ADT Yang. Because when you said they came to your office, approached you, and told you that they are going to buy lands,
Doon ko
then
lang
it means that you were able to personally meet with these two individuals. Tama po ba?
Yes po, namit ko po sila sa munisipyo.
In other words, you personally know Willie Ong and ADT Yang. Are you aware that
Chairman, once again, Mr. Chairman, this will be the last. Mayor Tumang, you're lying.
Hindi po, Your
Sandali
Honor.
po. Let me finish. Please don't answer. Don't talk unless you are recognized by the chairman. Mayor Tumang, sinabi mo hindi mo kilala personally si Billy Ong at saka si Eddie Yang. Si Eddie Yang, hindi mo kilala?
Nakilala ko po, Your Honor, nung pumunta po sa munisipyo, nagpakilala po sila, Your Honor.
Sandali, yung sa munisipyo lang ba?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Yun lang. Oh, now, eto Mayor Tumang, nagsisinungaling ka. Di ba naimbitahan kayo doon sa China?
Yes po,
At
Your Honor.
kasama niyo si Eddie Yang?
Yes po, Your
Oh,
Honor.
now you're telling me that sa munisipyo lang? Don't lie. You're lying.
Hindi-
Anong hindi? May mga picture kayo abroad. You were invited and you represent Mexico, Pampanga in that travel with Eddie Yang. And it's Eddie Yang that introduced all of you, and that includes the former governor and the governor to the ambassador.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Oh, ngayon di mo kilala? Mr. Chairman,
Hindi ko lang po
with that, Mr. Chairman, I have warned you, pasensyahan po tayo. I move to cite in contempt, Mayor Tumang.
Your Honor, can I explain po para makuha niyo po yung point ko?
Sandali po.
Please po, Your Honor.
Sandali po. You're not yet recognized. Mr. Chairman, once again, I move to cite in contempt Mayor Tumang in violation of our Section 11, Paragraph B. Refusal and evading to answer questions of the members of this committee. So move, Mr. Chairman.
Your Honor, can you please give me a chance to explain? Hindi po kasi ano yung exact, gusto niyong
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman, the question is very simple.
Just a 1-minute suspension.
Mayor, try mo mag-explain. Kasi syempre yung personal, hindi naman yung personal na
Hindi ko naman kakilala talaga. Nakilala ako lang sa munisipyo.
Opo, emphasize mo na yung meeting sa China.
Yes.
Nagwala sila sa Congress.
Hearing is resumed. The parliamentary status is that before the chair declared the suspension, there was a motion
Before
to
we-
cite in contempt former Mayor Tumang.
Mr. Chair.
And let me finish first. And the former mayor has asked the committee to listen to his explanation. And in the spirit of fairness, we'd like to hear former mayor explain also his side. Perhaps he may be able to answer the queries asked by the members of the committee. So, Mayor Tumang, para po maliwanag, ang tanong po sa inyo kung kakilala nyo po si Eddie Yang. Ang sabi nyo po kanina, hindi. Yung pangalawang tanong, tinanong po kayo, ilang beses po ba kayo nagkita, nagkasama, nagkausap ni Mr. Eddie Yang? Ang sinabi nyo, isang beses lamang po sa munisipyo. Pero meron pong impormasyon na nagsasabi na magkasama pa ho kayo sa China.
Pictures.
At this is supported by photos. So, bibigyan po namin kayo ng pagkakataon na sumagot doon sa katanungan ng aming mga kasamahan. Para naman po, hindi naman po kayo hindi mapagbigyan. No? Ano po ang inyong sagot sa katanungan ni Congressman Paduano at ni Congresswoman Luistro?
Thank you po, Your Honor. Hindi ko na lang po sinabing once ko lang po nakita namit si Willie Ong. Si Willie Ong po twice sa munisipyo po. Si Eddie Yang po, so many times. Pero yung first, namit ko po si na Willie Ong and Eddie Yang sa munisipyo po. And then, pagkatapos po noon, marami na pong series na nagkita na po kami ni Eddie Yang dahil bumili po sila ng lupa. Hanggang pumunta po kami ng China, in-invite po kami doon. Doon ko lang po nakilala si Eddie Yang. Ang pinupunto ko po, hindi ko po personal nakakilala po. Namit ko lang po sila sa munisipyo. Pero so many times po nakilala ko na sina Eddie Yang. Pero si Willie Ong po, twice lang po.
Chairman, ito kasi yung problema. Alam ko na, sinabi ko na kanina, Mayor, pinagdaanan na to natin Dalawang committee, dangerous drugs at saka yung Mexico. But sabi ko nga, kaya kayo inibitahan dito, including your brother and all those research person from Mexico, Pampanga, because there is a motion, a resolution by me na yung drugs, yung drugs at saka illegal acquisition of properties of Chinese national will be forwarded to this committee. Kaya hindi ka Mayor, ganito kasing style mo Pag tinanong ka ng isa, sabihin mo, sinabi ko kanina, hindi mo personal kilala. Sabi mo sa munisipyo, now when I ask you, yung China travel, inamin mo. Now, dinagdagan mo ngayon na several times because on record during the committee hearing, you know personally Eddie Yang and Willie Ong. Mamaya, papakita ko sa iyo. Papakita ko sa iyo na magkakilala kayo ni Willie Ong.
Yes po, Your Honor.
Ang style mo kasi, Mayor Tomang, sorry, pero yung style mo, bulok. Alam ko na yon. Pag tinanong ko isang tanong, sasagutin mo. Pag tinanong ko isa, sasagutin ko. Sasagutin mo, better you were asked if you knew personally Willie Ong and Eddie Yang. That's why pinakontempt kita. Because you lied. Dito sa harap ng mga resource persons. Di ba he's lying? Sabi niya kanina, hindi niya kilala personal. Sa munisipyo lang. Ngayon, sinabi mo na ngayon, kilala mo si Eddie Yang, you met several times. Twice lang kayo ni Willie Ong. But I will establish to you that you have transactions with Willie Ong. And you will not make transactions with a certain person, especially kung hindi mo siya kilala. And you're lying. Di pa tayo umabot doon sa proof ko. Kaya, Mr. Chairman, sabi ko nga naglulukuhan po tayo dito. Alam mo na, kabisado na namin to. Nako, Mayor.
Bigyan natin ng
With that, Mr. Chairman, my motion to cite in contempt, I've already cited the violation. Unless there will be a second or members of this committee will vote in the negative.
Hindi po ako nagsisinungaling, Your Honor.
Nandito, nakikinig ng mga resource person.
Hindi po ako
I
nagsisinungaling.
challenge resource persons present in today's hearing kung totoo ba nagsinungaling siya o hindi. Alam ko na kasi, Mayor, yung sasagot mo. Ilang beses na po tayo nagkita sa mga hearings. Kaya nga na-contempt ka rin nung nakaraan, di ba?
Yung mga sagot ko po, pare-pares lang po, Your Honor.
Anong parehas? You're lying to your teeth.
Hindi po ako nagsisinungaling, Your Honor.
Mr. Chairman, anyway, sabi niya, it's still standing, hindi siya nagsisinungaling. Once again, Mr. Chairman, I just like to manifest once again that my motion to cite in contempt Mayor Tumang still stands. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
Okay,
Chairman, I second.
Yeah, there is a motion to cite in contempt Mayor Tumang. And this was duly seconded.
Hindi po
Are
ako
there-
nagsisinungaling, Your Honor.
Are there any objections?
Point of order. Point of order.
So I will reiterate the motion. There was a motion to cite in contempt former Mayor Tumang for violating Section 11, paragraph C of the Rules of Procedure governing inquiries in aid of legislation. And this was duly seconded by Congressman Akop. Are there any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. Former Mayor Tumang is now cited in contempt. And we'd like to ask the Sergeant at Arms to please assist and escort former Mayor Tumang. Are there any other motions that you'd like to? Okay. So any other motion?
Mr. Chair,
Congressman Akop.
before I file or I move for the second motion, please allow me to explain why I seconded the motion of the Honorable Carabs Paduano.
Please proceed. You have 3 minutes, Congressman Akop.
Thank you. Ako po ay membro ng Committee on Public Accounts, Vice Chairman ng Committee on Dangerous Drugs, kaya alam ko po yung istorya na sinasabi ni Honorable Paduano. Why? Kasi religiously, nag-attend po ako ng mga hearings ng public accounts at saka kwan. Mayor Tumang, kung ano po yung style ninyo doon sa committee hearings, ganun po rin yung ginagawa nyo rito eh. Eh kung hindi ka nako-confront ng mga ebidensya na hawak ni Chairman Paduano, hindi mo inaamin. Inaamin mo lang pagkatapos na ma-confront ka na may mga ebidensya siya. Do not try to fool the members of this committee. Iisa lang po yung utak po ninyo eh. Napakaraming utak nandito na pinakikinggan ka at saka inobserbahan. Kilala ka na namin talaga eh. Di ba? Kung hindi sinabi ni Honorable Paduano na meron siyang pruweba na pumunta kayo sa China kasama itong mga taong ito, hindi mo aaminin. Kasi ganun din ang ginawa mo dun sa Committee on Public Accounts. Nandun ako. That is precisely the reason why I seconded the motion of the Honorable Paduano, Mr. Chair. Kasi alam ko rin na nagsisinungaling siya. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Akop.
Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Congressman Fernandez.
And I would like also to manifest that I'm also a member of the public accounts. As a matter of fact, lagi natin sinasabi to that dangerous drugs, public accounts, yung sa human rights, and my committee, we're all together. Umiikot kami sa mga issues regarding dyan sa issue ng kay Mayor Tumang, issue ng different committees. And we know, Mayor Tumang, yung mga ginawa mong pagsisinungaling ngayon. Actually, kanina, nakikinig lamang kami. Akala namin, nasasabihin mo yung mga totoo. When you were mentioning about yung hindi mo kilala, medyo parang nagkatingin na kami dito. Parang may saliwa itong sinasabi. It's hard, no? Sana wag po kayo magpaawa, no? Dahil hindi kami maaawa sa inyo, dahil hindi po kayo nagsasabi ng totoo.
Your Honor,
But of course, let me finish. We'll be giving you a chance. Doon, pinag-usapan na po natin to ng mga maraming hearings sa public accounts. And we have a lot of evidences showing you yung pinakita namin mga pictures and even manifested by the different resource persons. And now, babaguhin ninyo inyong statement? And that's the reason why hindi ko na po matiis. Kanina, I was trying to ask Chairman Paduano to reconsider and to withdraw and give you another chance. Pero still, you're trying to lie dito sa committee ito. We elevated your issue on this Quadcom para sabihin mo yung mga sinabi mo doon at i-manifest mo dito. But unfortunately, hindi mo po ginagawa. Yun lamang po, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, salamat, Congressman Fernandez. So, before we took a short break, the chair recognized Congresswoman Luistro. And at the moment, she still has the floor. So you can proceed now, Congresswoman Luistro.
Mr. Chair, I
Chair.
believe that they still have a pending motion.
Okay, so if there's
They're
a,
about to move.
if there is another motion, the chair would like to hear the motion. Congressman Akop?
Mr. Chair, since former Mayor Tumang was cited in contempt by this committee, may I move that former Mayor Tumang be meted the penalty of being confined dito po sa premises of the House for the period until the committee report of this Quad Committee is finished. So move, Mr. Chair.
There is a motion to detain
Second.
former Mayor Tumang in the House detention facility until the committee terminates its hearing on the issue of drugs and POGO. Any second? Duly seconded. Any objections? Hearing none, the motion is approved. So, COMSEC, please coordinate with the Sergeant at Arms in order to escort.
Sir,
Oh,
I will continue with my interpellation.
Mayor Tumang, sandali lang po. I'm sorry, I'm a bit, pwede po bang, so, there's still questions that will be asked by Congresswoman Luistro. So, mari po bang umupo ho muna kayo, Mayor Tumang, nang sa ganun mapagpatuloy yung pagtatanong ni Congresswoman Luistro. Congresswoman Luistro, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, Mayor Tumang, kailan po yung una kayong pinuntahan sa munisipyo ni Willie Ong at ni ADT Yang?
Hindi ko na po ma-recall, Your Honor.
At least the approximate year, Mayor Tumang?
Hindi ko po maibigay, hindi ko po alam. Tignan ko po sa documents na sa pag-purchase po ng lupa.
You cannot give even the approximate year or at least your term? Yan po ba ay during your first term, second term, or third term? I think if you will make reference about your term in office, you'll be able to come up with an approximate year.
Probably po, siguro po second term.
And if it is second term, kailan po ba yung second term nyo? Is it 2019 or 2016? Mahirap po bang tandaan yung term?
2020 po, siguro.
2020. So,
I'm not sure po.
sometime in 2020. Mayor, ito pong pagpunta nyo sa Fujian, China, kung saan nakasama nyo si ADT Yang, as shared to us by Chairman Paduano, kailan po ito? Is it during your first term
Hindi
or
ko na-
second term?
Siguro po first term.
First term. Paano po mangyayaring first term yon? Eh kung yung first time na pinuntahan kayo sa munisipyo is 2020, second term, ibig sabihin hindi nyo pa kilala.
Si Willie Ong po yung 2020.
Willie Ong first visited you in the Municipal Hall 2020.
Yes po, si AD Ang po yung kasama namin pumunta po ng China.
First term. So this is 2016 to 2019.
Siguro po 2018 ganun.
2018.
17 or 18.
When did you actually met for the first time ADT Yang? Kailan niyo po siya unang nakilala?
Approximately po siguro to 2018 or 2017 po ganyan.
2017. Bago po kayo nagpunta ng Fujian, China, along with ADT Yang and the other Chinese nationals, where you executed a contract with the mayor of Zhangzhou, Fujian, ilang beses nyo na po na-meet at nakausap si ADT Yang?
Bago po pumunta po ng China,
Yes, Mayor.
marami na pong beses po, Your Honor.
Marami na pong beses. So, this goes to say na talagang you personally know ADT Yang? Ilang beses po? Approximate number, Mayor.
Hindi ko po maalala po.
The reason why I am asking this question, Mayor Tumang, because I find it strange na sasama kayo sa Fujian, China, along with the Chinese nationals, if you do not personally know and you do not personally trust ADT Yang. Gaano niyo po kakilala si ADT Yang para sumama kayo sa Fujian, China, where you executed a contract with Zhangzhou, with Mayor Wang of Zhangzhou, Fujian?
In-invite po kami, hindi lang po ako kasama po yung mga konsyal nun. Tama pa po yung former Vice Mayor po, si Jonathan Pangan.
I understand, Mayor. Can you please enlighten us? What is this two countries twin park project all about?
Sorry po, Your Honor.
Ano po itong two countries twin park project which you executed with the mayor of Zhangzhou, Fujian, when you were with ADT Yang?
Wala pong, hindi ko po makuha yung, wala po kami project na, nin-invite lang po kami doon, pinakita po yung waste to energy.
Ano po yon, Mayor?
In-invite po kami doon para pakita lang po yung waste to energy.
What was shown to you is a waste to energy
Yes po, Your Honor.
project.
Yes po, Your
But
Honor.
you belie having executed this two countries twin park project. Ganun po ba?
Wala po akong, in-invite po kami doon para, dahil gusto po nilang mag-invest ng waste to energy doon po sa Mexico. Kaya
Sa
pinakita po
Mexico, Pampanga.
pinakita po sa amin yung waste to energy doon sa China po.
Okay. So, natuloy po ba itong waste to energy project sa Mexico, Pampanga?
Sorry po, Your Honor.
Natuloy po ba itong waste to energy
Hindi
project
po, Your
in
Honor.
Mexico, Pampanga?
Hindi po,
So,
Your Honor.
ibig sabihin po, yung pagkabisita nyo sa Fujian, China, it did not materialize to any project in Mexico, Pampanga? Is that what you wanted to say?
Hindi po, Your Honor.
Wala pong nag-materialize. But since the reason why you visited Fujian, China is because of the invitation of ADT Yang, can you please enlighten us more? Ano ho ba yung sinasabi niyong maraming beses nyo na siyang na-meet at nakasama, even before this trip to Zhangzhou, Fujian?
Nung pong nagtatanong silang mga binibili nilang lupa. Yun lang.
Like how many times were you able to meet with him about acquisition of land? Ilang beses nyo na
Hindi
po
ko po
sila
ma-recall,
nakita?
Your Honor.
Would it be more than 10 times?
Hindi ko na po kayang mag-elaborate po ng mga question niyo. Your Honor, masama na po yung pakiramdam ko.
Mr. Chair, the resource person is manifesting that he's not feeling well.
Okay, may we ask the House Doctor to please check on 1 minute suspension. Pakibigyan nyo nga ng tubig muna si Mayor. Do we have a nurse? Andito yung nurse kanina eh. Andyan na, no? Nakakain na po ba kayo, Mayor? Hearing is resumed. So in the meantime, habang nagpapahinga si former Mayor Tumang, we can proceed with the other resource persons. Congresswoman Jinkri, if you're ready, you can ask other resource persons.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed.
I wish to go back to the LRA. Have we checked the email?
Yes, Your Honor.
Can you please enlighten the committee? Kailan po nag-umpisang mag-acquire illegally ng property ang Empire 999 owned by Chinese nationals Willie Ong and ADT Yang at Mexico, Pampanga?
It appears from our records, Your Honor, that the earliest title issued to Empire 999 was in 2016.
2016. And I believe that in 2016, the mayor is Mayor Tumang. And can you please enlighten us, ilan po ba ang nai-transfer na lupa sa Empire 999?
Based on the list that we submitted on the Dangerous Drugs Committee, Your Honor, there are actually 30 titles. in the
30
name-
titles.
In the name of Empire 999, 8 of which are already canceled.
May we know the reason for the cancellation?
We do not have the exact information right now, Your Honor.
When did the cancellation happen? Kailan po nangyari yung cancellation ng 8 titles?
Various years, Your Honor, but the earliest was in 2016, referring to property in Cabanatuan.
Would it be because they transferred it to another party, the reason for the cancellation?
Possible, Your Honor.
So it's not because of the illegal acquisition of land issue that we are hearing here at Quadcom.
Yes, Your Honor.
It has no relation at all. Ma'am, ito pong 30 titles na ito, so far issued to Empire 999 during that time. Can you please enlighten us, ilan po ang equivalent hectares or square meters nito?
I'm actually getting the exact area right now, Your Honor. My personnel is making computations, and because these properties are located in different localities, like we have in Cabanatuan, May Kawayan, Makati.
Cabanatuan, May Kawayan, Makati.
No, not. Yes, Makati and Taguig, Your Honor.
May we know, ma'am, kung ilan po yung titles na nasa Mexico, Pampanga?
For Mexico, we have we have 9 titles, Your Honor.
9 titles for Mexico,
Yes,
Pampanga.
Your Honor. And out of those 9 titles,
Kindly come up with the equivalent number of hectares or square meters for the 9 titles in Mexico, Pampanga.
yes, Your Honor, we will provide it.
And that is from 2016 onwards.
Yes, Your Honor. But
And
I
that
can,
is during the time of Mayor Tumang.
yes, but I can only guarantee the exact area that we can provide, respecting only those properties situated in Mexico, Pampanga, Your Honor. For the rest, we will try to coordinate so that we will submit the exact area respecting these properties.
Mr. Chair, I wish to stress that Mayor Tumang knowingly supported the illegal acquisition of land by ADT Yang, Willie Ong, Empire 999 in Mexico, Pampanga, sometime in 2016 onwards. This is on the basis of the fact, Mr. Chair, that they went to Fujian, China in 2017 when he had a prior number of encounters already with ADT Yang, which I believe provided him ample information that he is indeed a Chinese national, Mr. Chair. Sa kabila po ng maliwanag na kaalaman sa party ADT Yang ni Mayor Tumang, back in 2017, nung unang nagpunta siya sa Fujian, China, along with ADT Yang, plus the fact na maraming beses na rin niya itong nakasama even before the travel, he supported the acquisition of land by Empire 999, equivalent to 9 titles in Mexico, Pampanga. And in addition to this, Mr. Chair, having known the fact that ADT Yang is indeed a Chinese national, let us likewise consider the fact na ito pong warehouse na pag-aari ng Empire 999 used to be owned by the brother of ADT Yang by the name Architect Alex Tumang. So Mr. Chair, I think with the consequence of events, nakilala ni Mayor Tumang si ADT Yang 2017 and then 2016 onwards, nagkaroon ng illegal acquisition of land ang Empire 999 equivalent to 8 titles in Mexico, Pampanga. And I wish to submit, Mr. Chair, na lahat po ng transfer ng tax declaration at the very least ay nalalaman po ng mayor or the local chief executive. And plus the fact na ang mismong warehouse na pag-aari ng Empire 999 ay nabili sa mismong kapatid ni Mayor Tumang. I believe, Mr. Chair, that we have sufficient basis to believe that Mayor Tumang is implicated in the illegal acquisition of land, and at least we can consider him a person of interest with respect to the violation of Dangerous Drugs Act, where shipment was found in Empire 999 sometime in September 24, 2023, Mr. Chair. Having said all this, Mr. Chair, I wish to go to AMLA. Considering all this information, AMLA, tayo po ba ay mayroon ng na-isyong freeze order with respect to Empire 999, its incorporators, including the former mayor of Mexico, Pampanga?
Mr. Chair, as of now, we have yet to issue a freeze order, but we want to assure this committee that the Anti-Money Laundering Council is conducting its investigation on the matter.
Mr. Chair, I lament that we've been investigating this issue since before the quadruple committee during the time of the separate investigation by the Committee on Public Accounts. This representation is likewise a member of Public Accounts, and I recall having requested already the initiative of AMLA to secure the assets of these personalities whom we believe there is sufficient basis already that the money is involved in illegal activity. Mr. Chair, I wish to remind the AMLA of Section 2, Section 10 of the AMLA law. Attorney, can you please enlighten us? Paano po ba tayo nag-a-apply ng freeze order?
Madam Chair, the power of the Anti-Money Laundering Council to file a petition for freeze order should be anchored on the fact that there is probable cause that a fund or property is in any way related to unlawful activity.
When we say probable cause, AMLA, who is supposed to determine that probable cause?
There are two kinds of freezing that may be done by the AMLAC, in accordance with AMLA, Mr. Chair. In case of illegal drugs as predicate offense, we filed the petition for freeze order before the Court of Appeals. But of course, initially, we have to determine if there's probable cause, and we have to prove that before the Court of Appeals when we file the petition.
Which court will determine the probable cause? Are you referring to the RTC or to the Court of Appeals where the petition for freeze order is supposed to be filed or pending?
The Court of Appeals, Mr. Chair.
The Court of Appeals. So, can we request the Secretariat to kindly flash Section 10 of AMLA? Please educate us, AMLA. Ang sabi po dito sa Section 10, upon a verified ex parte petition by the AMLAC, and after determination that probable cause exists, that any monetary instrument or property is in any way related to an unlawful activity as defined in Section 3, paragraph I hereof, the Court of Appeals may issue a freeze order which shall be effective immediately. As a matter of fact, it has to be resolved within 24 hours. Tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
It has to be resolved within 24 hours for a period only of 20 days. Pending the summary hearing. Balikan po natin yung probable cause. Is it not that ang Court of Appeals din ang magre-resolve ng probable cause in the same verified ex parte petition.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have to file the petition before the Court of Appeals.
So if so, AMLA, what is causing you delay?
Mr. Chair, we beg for your indulgence. If you may recall, in the previous hearings, we have to wait for the unlawful activity that has to be filed in coordination with the National Bureau.
Mr. Chair, I wish to remind the AMLA that Empire 999 is owned by Chinese nationals and Empire 999 owned or was able to procure 8 titles representing ownership of land in Mexico, Pampanga. That is apart from the other land ownership located in other provinces within the Philippines. Ano pong inaantay natin, AMLA, na unlawful activity?
Mr. Chair, we have explained this previously. The ownership of foreign nationals of real properties which they may had because of falsification of documents.
That's precisely the point, AMLA. We are proceeding actually to the second unlawful activity, that is falsification. So I do not understand really what are we waiting for. We have here the illegal acquisition of land. We have the falsification of public document.
Mr. Chair, in the previous hearings, if may recall, it is the position of the MLC that such act is not among the unlawful activities of money laundering.
So can you please enlighten the committee? Ano po ba yung unlawful activities under anti-money laundering? And is it your intention to make us believe na ito pong freeze order, petition for freeze order ay ginagamit lang doon sa unlawful activity as defined under AMLA?
Mr. Chair, the enumeration of unlawful activities is strict in the AMLC. So if there's a crime outside the enumeration of unlawful activity, the AMLA has no jurisdiction to conduct money laundering investigation.
As far as I remember, Mr. Chair, mayroon po tayo ditong violation of dangerous drugs. Tama po ba? September 24, 2023. And I believe that is one of the, among the several offenses that were enumerated in the AMLA law. Would you confirm that, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair. We would like to apprise also that as far as the investigation of AMLAC is concerned, although we are already nearing, at least on the civil forfeiture, at least on the warehouse, Mr. Chair.
We are very much concerned, AMLA, about preserving the assets of these persons of interest, which will happen after the CA is able to resolve the petition for the issuance of freeze order. Tama po ba? The freeze order has a duration of 60 days only. Tama? And this will be followed by the court which will acquire jurisdiction over the main case proper na mag-i-issue po ng preservation of assets order. Am I correct, AMLA?
The initial freeze is for a period of 20 days, Mr. Chair, and within that period, we may file a petition for extension, which, if granted, may be granted by the court for a period of maximum 6 months, Mr. Chair.
Nonetheless, the maximum period is 6 months. Tama po?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And within the period of 6 months, we should be able to file a case at the RTC.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have to file either a petition for civil forfeiture with the RTC, or if the investigation is already completed, we can file money laundering investigation. Money laundering case.
Including the unlawful activity. Tama po ba?
We don't file unlawful activity, Mr. Chair, just the money laundering.
But at least the other agencies in the Philippine government can, like the violation of dangerous drugs,
Yes,
falsification of public document.
The layers are the one filing the unlawful activity, Mr. Chair.
Please enlighten us, AMLA. Bakit po, in a layman's term, bakit po hindi tayo maka-apply ng freeze order considering the apparent violation of dangerous drugs, the apparent violation of falsification of public documents, and the apparent acquisition of land by foreign nationals?
Mr. Chair, we beg for indulgence because this investigation is a very complex investigation. It involves a lot of
And that is why AMLA, we need to secure the assets, di ba? Because if we incur too much delay, we might find ourselves without control and hold anymore to the assets which were illegally acquired.
Yes, Mr. Chair, again, we beg for indulgence, but we want to assure the committee that Anti-Money Laundering Council is working, and we are about to file the necessary banking credit
With all due respect, Mr. Chair, to the AMLA, we started investigating this Empire 999 back in August of 2023. And now is November of 2024. And I do not find it reasonable waiting for more than a year, almost a year, to be able to file at least the immediate remedy of freeze order. Di po ba the purpose of this freeze order is to be able to immediately secure the assets of these persons in interest? Tama po ba yon?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Ibig sabihin, AMLA, there is the nature of urgency. Tama po ba yon?
I agree, Mr. Chair.
And I do not believe that we're still responding to that nature of urgency, having waited for until November 2024 when we started the investigation in August of 2023.
Again, Mr. Chair, we beg for indulgence. We are meticulously conducting our investigation so that we will be able in each of these properties and probably bank accounts that we will recommend for bank equity and freeze order.
right.
Everything is in order and we have a strong case, Mr. Chair.
According to LRA, they have forwarded to you already the information concerning the illegally acquired lands. Do you confirm that?
They forwarded the list of properties, Mr. Chair.
Yes. So wala na po tayong problema pagdating sa real properties, di po ba?
We already have the list, Mr. Chair, but again, please, we have to establish that these are in any way, each are in any way related to the unlawful activity.
I am not asking the AMLA to file the main case. I am not asking the AMLA to file the violation of anti-money laundering law yet. I'm not asking the AMLA to file the falsification, the violation of dangerous drugs, and the other main cases. What I find it strange, why to this date, you have not even filed an ex parte petition for freeze order of the assets of persons of interest. Again, ito po'y inaalaw ng AMLA law because we want to address urgency. Now, where is urgency if we need to wait for around a year to be able to file at least the petition for the issuance of freeze order?
Again, Mr. Chair, we beg for your indulgence. We are meticulously conducting our investigation because we want to establish that all these funds and property that we'll recommend for freeze order are in any way related to the unlawful activity, Mr. Chair.
Narinig niyo po ba kanina yung LRA? May sinasabi po silang titles which were canceled already? Are you
Yes.
not alarmed? Baka po by the time mag-file kayo ng ex parte petition, wala kayong abutang lupa because all the titles of Empire 999 have been canceled by the LRA already. We are the government, Mr. Chair. And I believe we have all the necessary remedies to secure all these assets which were used illegally or at least illegally acquired by these Chinese nationals. Mr. Chair, can we ask the AMLA when they intend to file the petition for freeze order?
AMLA.
Mr. Chair,
Please proceed.
Mr. Chair, can I just personally approach the honorable congressman because we don't want we don't want the possible respondents to check our actions, Mr. Chair.
We will welcome,
with
Mr.
the-
Chair, receiving those informations in private along with the chairman of the committee.
Okay, we'll ask you to discuss this issue with the Congresswoman from Batangas at the appropriate time. In the meantime, ang tanong po kasi ni Congresswoman Luistro, it's more than a year since we started conducting this investigation. And you were asked earlier if there was already an action taken by the AMLAC. Ang sabi nyo, you are meticulously investigating, conducting your investigation. She asked you again, when will be the filing of a freeze order be done by the AMLAC on the assets of the subject corporation? Ang sabi nyo, meticulously investigating pa rin. Now, baka yung sobrang meticulous yung pag-iimbestiga nyo, maubos na yung property ni Empire 999 at maibenta na sa iba. And that is exactly the reason why we are all asking you to take the immediate action that you should in order to prevent this from happening. You know, we have information na those involved in other illegal activities, especially yung mga kawani ng gobyerno na kung saan ay naakusahan, akusahan pa lamang sila, ay na-freeze kaagad yung kanilang bank accounts, no? Pero ito, na klarong-klaro na hindi po Pilipino, bumili ng lupa, fraudulently acquired Filipino citizenship, na-discover na merong droga o drugs doon sa loob ng kanyang pagmamayaring warehouse. Isn't this all enough basis? Or if you're saying probable cause lang, di ba? Klarong-klaro yan, Attorney Dumale.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we do understand the necessity of the action of the MLC, but if you will recall, Mr. Chair, we have waited first for the filing of the unlawful activity in coordination with the NBI, which was filed, I think, last third quarter of this year, Mr. Chair. So that's why we are able to establish one of the elements, which is the existence of unlawful activity, Mr. Chair.
That's another issue because we will also call the attention of the NBI in this particular Empire 999 case. No, we've been waiting for them to file a case against the incorporators of this Empire 999. I don't know. Have we been, Comsec? Have we been, has the NBI informed the committee about a case that was filed against Empire 999? Meron ba tayong information?
Wala. Sir, I will check the records first.
Sige. So, later, sige, attorney, please approach Congresswoman Luistro.
Mr. Chair, I just want to manifest that the provision referred to by AMLA, RA 9160, unlawful activities as defined under AMLA includes violation of Securities and Regulation Code. Is it not that this law was apparently violated when they misrepresented themselves as Chinese nationals in making it appear that Empire 999 is a Filipino corporation which enabled them to acquire the real properties which are supposedly exclusive for Filipino nationals only? It makes mention as well, Mr. Chair, violation of Dangerous Drugs Act. And at the very least, Mr. Chair, it makes mention about felonies or offenses of a similar nature that are punishable under the penal laws of other countries. I am inclined to believe that the last provision of this long enumeration intends to provide us flexibility in order to address similar situations, Mr. Chair.
I absolutely agree with you, Congresswoman Luistro. So, anong masasabi niyo dyan, Attorney Dumale?
Mr. Chair, first on the SRC violation. SRC violation, that is lawful activity of the MLC, refers to investment scheme similar to Ponzi, Mr. Chair. The falsification of birth records to establish a corporation, supposedly a Filipino corporation, could be a violation of the corporation code, but not the SRC, Mr. Chair.
Nevertheless, Mr. Chair, to be able to engage in all these investments, which are under the jurisdiction of the Securities and Exchange Commission, they were able to use this illegally incorporated corporation. Di po ba? So it entails violation not only the Philippine Corporation Code, but also the Securities and Exchange Securities Regulation Code. I do not understand, Mr. Chair, why AMLA, with all due respect, seems to be so passive that instead of finding ways to be able to use this beautiful law, and I believe responsive AMLA law to all these given situations, they're trying to reject the possibility of using the same to secure the assets of these persons in interest, Mr. Chair. Nevertheless, Mr. Chair, we will be welcoming the information that they intend to volunteer to the committee in private. Meantime, Mr. Chair, due to the interest of time and to give time to my fellow members, I will be yielding to the other members of the committee.
Okay. Thank you, Congresswoman Luistro. The next to interpolate is Congressman Ernix Junicio. You have 10 minutes. In the meantime, while Congressman Junicio is interpolating, now that the AMLAC has approached Congresswoman Luistro, please proceed, Congressman Junicio.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd just like to expound on the questions that was been asked by Congresswoman Luistro. Sa ano po, sa PIDEA, sir, magandang hapon po sa inyo. Just to expound sa presentation niyo po kanina, nabanggit kasi may mga concernings na information sa akin na nabagabag ako dahil nabanggit yung lugar ko sa Tondo. Doon po ako representing the people of Tondo in the city of Manila. Sir, just to give clarity dun sa mga nabanggit kanina, 530 kilos of shabu yung na-aresto o yung nahuli natin, 3.6 billion worth. Is this correct? Last September 24, 2023, Your Honor?
Ito po sir, it is already on, Mr. Chair, it is already on September 27.
27.
It was taken from SBMA Port of Subic on September 22. But with the series of control delivery, it was apprehended again in Mexico, Pampanga on September 27, 2000. And correction, sir, for the weight of the shabu recovered, it's 560 initially, but that is with packaging. Until it was weighed in the laboratory, I think it's 529.70. That is the net weight.
Thank you. Proceeding po tayo doon sa raid nga doon sa Mexico, Pampanga. The agencies that were involved with regard to this raid is PIDEA, NBI, at sino pa nga po ulit?
Bureau of Customs and the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency, Mr. Chair.
But sino po ang lead agency who really spearheaded the raid?
It is the National Bureau Investigation, sir.
The NBI. May representative ba tayo na NBI dito, sir? Just checking because I have some questions to be asked later. Okay. Moving on po, sino po yung mga opisyalis natin na nag-lead nung raid na to? Yung mga head po ng agencies who spearheaded it.
On the NBI side, sir, it is the senior there. What I saw is Agent Attorney Galicia. Ours during the control delivery, it was our two regional directors of NCR and director of Region 3. And I do not recognize the National Intelligence Coordinating Agency and that of the Bureau of Customs, Mr. Chair.
Yung controlled delivery na nabanggit niyo po ngayon, ibig sabihin po nito yung may mga drugs na parang pain natin para mahuli yung mga culprits po. Tama po ba?
Yun sir yung na-recover namin sa Subic Port. Yun yung mga yung i-deliver natin doon sa warehouse.
Oh, yun yung supposedly na-intercept po natin.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, ano po yung binabanggit natin kanina? Moving on kasi, nabanggit kasi na dapat i-deliver sa Tondo, Manila eh. Supposedly. Ano po ba yung pagkakasunod-sunod ng mga location supposedly, sir?
Sir, the exact date is, the exact place sir, is Binondo.
So, hindi po sa Tondo.
Sorry sir, it's not Tondo.
But nonetheless, sa Maynila.
Yes sir.
O, kaya nga ako na-alarma kasi, bakit po ba sa Binondo? If I'm not bakit po ba sa Binondo?
That was the original destination of the cargo, Mr. Chair. Binondo, Manila.
And why is it Binondo, Manila? Is it because meron silang warehouse doon?
Sir, maybe the NBI could answer that
NBI?
question, sir.
Any comments po? Bakit po ba supposedly dadalhin yung mga illegal na droga sa Binondo, Maynila?
Again, Mr. Chair, may we kindly ask that Attorney Galicia be recognized for the details of this case. He is the chief of the Task Force Anti-Illegal Drugs and is the team leader of that particular operations.
Okay, Attorney Galicia, please. Please proceed, Congressman Junicio.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
Yes, the question was, Mr. Chair, bakit po ba supposedly nalagay sa mapa o bakit dadalhin sa Binondo, Maynila yung mga droga?
That was the address of the consignee, Mr. Chairman.
The reason for the questions of this humble representation, Your Honor, Mr. Chair, is I would like to establish the fact kung meron po ba silang mga warehouses, ito nga Emperor 999, doon sa amin sa lungsod ng Maynila.
None, Your Honor. When we checked the address, it was inexistent. So it's not an existing address, Mr. Chairman.
So walang address talaga. Because there's information that this humble representation received ayon sa SEC papers ng Emperor 999, ang principal place of business nito ay nasa Unit 2909, 29th floor, World Trade Center, 1 Luna Corner, Dasmariñas Street, Binondo, Manila. Is that accurate?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, but they did not really occupy that office.
So parang bogus address lang yon sa Maynila.
They just use it for purposes of applying for a SEC registration.
So just, Mr. Chair, just to clarify and to make certain, meron po bang na-deliver na drugs as a matter of fact sa Tondo, Binondo, or anywhere in the city of Manila?
None, Your Honor.
That's good to know. Moving on sa PIDEA ulit, sino-sino po ba yung mga may-ari? Just to establish the fact na mga tinanong ni Congressman Luistro kanina, the owners of Empire 999, mga incorporators, can we enumerate it again? I do believe this is part of the matrix that you presented earlier, ASEC.
Yes, Mr. Chair, but it was not highlighted. So the other incorporators of Empire 999 Realty Incorporated is Willie Ong, Jack T. Yang.
Sorry to cut you, ASEC, no? Willie Ong is an incorporator, but other than that, what is his position in the company?
We don't know, Mr. Chair.
There has been reports that he is the chairman and the president of the company. Is that a correct fact?
According to PAOK, sir, yes.
Thank you. Let's proceed, sir.
I said the other incorporators, as you're asking, sir, is I mentioned already Jack T. Yang, Michelle C., Elaine Chua, and ID T. Yang.
Sino po si Samson Guo Yang?
I believe it was not mentioned here, sir.
We have reports that this certain individual is the director and assistant corporate secretary. Probably some of the information that this humble representation has, I will just forward to you for further information gathering, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
If I may also ask, no, on the last note, at present, ano na po ba ang naging development sa raid na naganap ng Mexico, Pampanga? May mga kaso ba tayo na naisampa specifically? What the chair is asking earlier, it is imperative that we file the necessary cases so that other agencies of our government will be able to act accordingly. Time is of the essence, sir. So categorically, has NBI or any agencies of our government have filed cases regarding the raid on Mexico, Pampanga?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we already filed the case for violation of RA 9165, falsification of public documents and violation of passport law, Your Honor.
When was this, sir?
Last August, Mr. Chairman.
Again, tama po ba narinig ko? May kasama na po ba yung drugs dito? Hindi pa?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we already filed the violation of RA 9165.
So just again, kay Pidea, ano po ba ang connection ng Empire 99 Realty doon sa Mexico, Pampanga raid, sir?
Empire 999, sir, is the owner of the warehouse.
Doon sa Mexico, Pampanga.
Mexico, Pampanga.
So it is certain, without a doubt, it is established that Empire 99 and the drug raid in Mexico, Pampanga is one and the same. Sila nag-operate nito. Tama po ba, sir?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In your humble opinion, as matagal na rin po kayo siguro sa PIDEA, ASEC, tama po ba?
2 years in PDEA, sir, 36 years in the Philippine National Police.
Okay, so matagal na kayo sa law enforcement. I'd like to ask both PIDEA and NBI, in your honest opinion, ano po ba sa tingin nyo ang kadahilanan kung bakit itong mga Chinese nationals na naghahasik ng illegal na mga gawain dito sa bansa natin, bakit po ba sila lumalaki? Bakit nagagawa nila itong mga falsification of documents, acquiring illegal land? Ano po bang sa tingin ninyo? So, gusto ko lang marinig yung honest opinion po ninyo.
Some of our agencies are supporting the Chinese, sir.
I'm sorry, sir. Okay.
Some of our government agencies are supporting the Chinese regarding this matter.
Ano pong agency yan, sir?
As what we have, as what I have observed during the conferences or the meetings that we have since last year, what we have mentioned there is the LRA, the PSA. That's what I can recall, sir.
NBI, in your humble opinion, bakit ba nakakaporma? In layman's term, bakit ba umuubra yung mga illegalistang gawain ng mga Chinese nationals na to?
Mr. Chairman, there are many factors, no? But
in a nutshell,
yes, Mr. Chairman. First, because we're very lax. And there's corruption. Obviously, there's corruption in our government.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, just to like to manifest from what I've heard from the very tedious and detailed interpellation of Congresswoman Luistro, and with the answers of our different agencies in law enforcement, in my own observation, para kasing ang dami nating agencies who are not really working together. That's one. Number two, yung iba nating agencies are being passive, not proactive. Alam na nilang meron ng kakulangan o meron ng semblance of irregularity, yet we are still waiting for more evidence rather than them gathering it themselves. Mr. Chair, I really appeal to different agencies in our government, especially law enforcement. We have to be proactive. Galing sa dating administration and even the present, we have to all work together para yung mga illegalistang Chinese na to, and also Filipinos who are coddling, some politicians pa who are coddling the illegal ways of these Chinese nationals. We have to put a stop to it. That's why Quadcom is really doing its job. So kailangan namin ng cooperation. Sir Amla, if I just may appeal, I do understand that you are doing the best, but we have to really be proactive in doing our job because time is of the essence, sir.
We understand, Mr. Chair.
Yes, again, Mr. Chair, marami pong salamat sa oras.
Thank you, Congressman Junicio. The next to interpolate is Congressman Akop. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I know if Mr. Ermi Raido Pangan Kanda is present?
Mr. Pangan?
Kanda.
Mr. Kanda. Mr. Kanda, you are the former barangay captain of
San Lorenzo po, Mexico, Pampanga.
Mexico, Pampanga. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Before I proceed to interpolate Mr. Kanda, may I ask PIDEA, you have a manual sa controlled delivery. Tama po.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And the conduct of controlled delivery is not a regular, shall we say, operation to be conducted by anti-illegal drug units. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, hindi po araw-araw na ginagawa ito.
No, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And bago mag-conduct ng isang ahensya no authorized na mag-conduct ng controlled delivery, kailangan yung authority ng Director General ng PIDEA. Would that be correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Doon din sa manual na yun, kung nagbabago po ang rota na napag-usapan, kailangan din ng approval ng head ng PIDEA. Would that
Yes.
also be correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. At ang dahilan kung bakit ginagawa po yung controlled delivery para ma-identify o malaman at ma-aresto yung mga consignees o yung tumatanggap po ng mga illegal drug shipment. Would that be correct also?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So now, ang katanungan, were all these protocols followed during that controlled delivery in issue?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, yung pagpalit ng rota, inaprubahan ni DG PIDEA.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Pati po yung extension ng period na pag-antay kung may kukuha na consignee.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Tama. Okay. Now, matanong ko po kayo, sino po ba yung dapat consignee na tatanggap ng shipment na yun sa Tondo, Manila?
I believe, sir, the NBI has the answer, sir.
The NBI?
Yes, sir, the NBI, sir.
NBI, can you answer the question?
It's local consumer, Mr. Chairman.
When you knew na yung consignee pala ay local trading?
Local consumer Incorporated or something?
Yes. Did you conduct a background investigation insofar as that consignee is concerned? Kasi alam nyo na doon pupunta dapat yung mga illegal drugs na under controlled delivery.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Now, may I know kung tunay po itong opisina na ito, itong consignee na ito?
It's a fictitious company, Mr. Chairman.
Kung fictitious company at alam nyo na beforehand, bakit tinuloy nyo pa yung controlled delivery? Hindi naman yung mahuhuli yung consignee eh. Dahil fictitious.
Your Honor, that's precisely the idea of a controlled delivery, is for you to be able to identify the recipient of the drugs.
Eh fictitious, sabi po ninyo yun eh. Meron bang opisina ang isang fictitious company?
No, the undercover operative is being directed and being instructed by the drug trafficker that the shipment will be diverted later.
Ang ibig nyo bang sabihin sa control delivery, ang may control ay yung nag-ship o yung mga authorities?
From the beginning, Mr. Chairman, it is the drug trafficker who controls where the drug should go. Now, once it's seized, when it's intercepted, now the law enforcement agency may now control the delivery.
Hindi po yata yun ang concept ng control delivery. Hindi ba, PDEA?
It should be one address only, sir, and maybe it could be changed if there is, if the DG will approve of it.
Yes. Thank you. Let's leave control delivery. Mr. Kanda, pwede po bang sabihin nyo sa amin ngayon, ano po yung mga personal circumstances po ninyo?
Ano pa yun?
Kayo po ba ay may asawa?
Opo.
Kaya yun po yung personal circumstances. Ano po ano po yung trabaho nyo dati? Ano po yung trabaho nyo ngayon?
Dati po kung former barangay captain at ngayon po nagtatrabaho ko sa LGU po, sa hospital.
Sa hospital ng LGU.
Opo.
Kailan po kayo naging kapitan ng San Lorenzo, Mexico, Pampanga?
2007 po hanggang 2017.
Sino po ang mayor noon ng Mexico, Pampanga nung kayo po ay kapitan?
Si ex-mayor Eddie Tumang po.
So, maliban sa transaction na political kay Mayor Tumang, meron po ba kayong pagkakataon na nagkaroon po kayo ng transaction na hindi po political kay ex-Mayor Tumang or former Mayor Tumang?
Wala po.
Hindi po kayo nagkaroon ng transaction tungkol sa pagbebenta o pagbibili ng lupa?
Opo, bali ako po yung ahente niya bilang incumbent barangay captain sa San Lorenzo.
Sa inyo pong kasagutan, kayo po ang ahente ni former Mayor Tumang sa pagbili ng lupa sa San Lorenzo, Mexico, Pampanga. Yun po ba ang ibig nyo sabihin?
Opo, Your Honor.
Okay. So naging ahente po kayo ni ex-Mayor Tumang.
Opo, Your Honor.
Now, pwede po bang malaman kailan nagsimula yung inyong pagiging ahente at ano ang transaction na yun?
Bali po, nag-start po kami noong 2016, natapos po ng 18 to 19.
Okay. At lahat po ba ng transaction na yun pagbibili ng lupa ni former Mayor Tumang?
Opo.
So kayo po ang nautusan maghanap kung anong mga lupa sa San Lorenzo, Mexico, Pampanga, kung anong mga lupa doon ang binebenta? Ganun po ba yun?
Sa mga farmers po ng Mexico, barangay San Lorenzo.
Lupa ng mga farmers.
Opo.
Ibig
Bali-
sabihin, yung binibili ni former Mayor Tumang na lupa ay mga sinasaka.
Opo.
Okay. Nagawa mo ba yung inuutos ni former Mayor Tumang na magdala ka ng mga magsasaka na nagbebenta ng mga lupa?
Opo, bali pinakumisi niya po sa akin bilang incumbent barangay captain na ipagbili yung lupa sa kanya ng mga magsasaka. Tapos inutusan po ako na dalhin sa bahay niya para kausapin sa Morning Sun yung mga farmers.
Tinupad niyo po yung iniutos niyang yon.
Opo.
So nagdala po kayo ng mga magsasaka na
Opo.
gustong magbenta ng lupa sa opisina ni former Mayor Tumang.
Opo, dinala ko po sa Morning Sun sa bahay niya sa office. Kinausap niya po at nagkasundo po sila na ibenta yung lupa.
So pumayag yung mga magsasaka na ibenta yung kanilang mga lupa kay si Mayor Tumang ang bumibili.
Opo.
Okay. Ilan po kayang hektarya yung nabili ni Mayor Tumang sa San Lorenzo, Mexico, Pampanga?
Bali abot po ng 160 hectares. 160 hectares.
160 hectares.
Bali
Farm.
tatlong.
Puro farmland yun.
Opo.
Farmland. Alam niyo po ba kung sa magkano nabili ni former Mayor Tumang yung 150 hectares?
Bali po,
Ano po yung pagbabayad kung cash o installment?
bali po tig 200 per square meter, 200 pesos. Babawasan pa po ng 5% na komisyon.
Okay. Ngayon, alam niyo rin po ba kung anong nangyari sa mga lupa nung nabili ni former Mayor Tumang?
Nandun lang po, lubog po sa baha yung lupa.
Si Mayor Tumang pa rin ang may-ari.
Opo.
Hindi niya binenta kahit na kanino?
Meron po siyang investors na tatlong Chinese.
Ano po?
Meron po siyang investors.
Pakipaliwanag nga po kung anong ibig sabihin sa may mga investor po siya na mga Chinese.
Opo, yung Pampanga Heavy, tsaka yung Yatay Industry, tsaka po yung Omni Corporation.
Ang ibig mong sabihin, dito niya binenta yung 150 hectares?
Binenta niya po sa mga Chinese.
Opo, yung binili niya sa mga magsasaka na 150 hectares sa mga korporasyon ng mga inchik na ito, niya binenta rin yung lupa na yon?
Opo.
Pwede po bang malaman kung alam po ninyo kung magkano niya ibinenta?
Ay, hindi po alam. Siya lang po ang kausap niya. Siya lang po nag-uusap.
Ganon. Now, so yung 150 hectares, ikaw lahat ang nag-ahente nito?
Opo.
Opo.
Opo, Your Honor.
Magkano naman ang kinita mo?
Bali, binigyan po kami ng 1.2. Bali, 4 po kami.
4.
Opo.
Sigurado ako kasama si Mr. Roy Gomez dito.
Opo.
Yung katiwala ni former Mayor Tumang sa kanyang opisina.
Opo, si Roy Gomez po ang lahat ng gumagawa ng mga transaksyon sa mga papeles.
Okay. Mr. Chair, may I make a manifestation? Dito po sa mga kasagutan ni former Barangay Captain Kanda sa aking mga katanungan ay nagpapatunay na si former Mayor Tumang ay nagkaroon ng role sa illegal acquisition of land sa Mexico, Pampanga na napunta o nabili sa mga Chinese personnel. At si former Mayor Tumang ay nagbigay ng tulong sa illegal acquisition of land by the corporations whose officers are all Chinese. Marami pong salamat, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Congressman Akop. Congressman Paduano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, can we ask resource person, Vice Mayor Hiron, to take a seat? And Vice Mayor Hiron, Mr. Alex Tumang, saka po si Barangay Captain. Is Barangay Captain Bautista present?
Pwede pong umupo po tayo dito. Ito pong mga opisyal na pinatawag ng komite ay opisyal po ito ng Mexico, Pampanga, kung saan ay doon po nakita itong 560 kilos of shabu in a warehouse owned by a corporation by the name of Empire 999 na napatunayan ng ating komite na ito ay pagmamay-ari ng mga Chinese nationals, hindi po sila mga Pilipino. And that is the reason why we invited the officials nang sa ganun po ay makapagtanong din po tayo. Maybe they can shed some information. So Congressman Paduano, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. Yung PSA ba nandito? PSA Pampanga.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Now, Mr. Chairman, before I ask questions to the mentioned names, no? Sandali po, yung assessors ng office ng Mexico Pampanga, nandito ba? Wala. Yung former Vice Mayor na lang po. Please take a seat. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, before I proceed, asking questions with the mentioned resource persons, Mr. Chairman, supposedly I have a lot of questions to Mayor Tumang, but unfortunately, masama daw ang pakiramdam niya. But let me state again, Mr. Chairman, that Mayor Tumang was cited in contempt through the motion of this representation because I do believe that he is lying, and it was proven just few hours ago when Rep. Luestro asked him about if he has personal relation with Willie Ong and Eddie Yang. Now, Mr. Chairman, just to, anyway, wala siya dito, but pwede na itong ma-confirm at masagot siguro ng AMLA. Mr. Chairman, I have initially at least 28 bank transactions in my possession. Now, but of course, may pending case na, no? With regards to the drugs, particularly yung Willie Ong. Now, to the AMLA, you can answer without, I would just like to confirm to you. I have with me a bank transaction from Willie Ong. You can mention the amount or not, okay lang. And from Willie Ong and Michelle Santosi to the company in the name of Morning Sun Industry, and the address of Morning Sun is at San Antonio, Mexico, Pampanga. Do you confirm that there is such transaction?
Mr. Chair, without necessarily providing the details, we can at least confirm that the entities and personalities you've mentioned have transactions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, Mr. Chairman, so AMLA confirmed. Now, without stating the detailed transaction, particularly the amount. Now, since wala dito yung sa assessors, mat-check ko lang po, Vice Mayor, former Vice Mayor, now SP Secretary ata. Sir, do you confirm, and sa kay Barangay Captain Kanda, do you confirm, former Vice, do you confirm that the Morning Sun Industry is situated or the address is San Antonio, Mexico, Pampanga?
Tama po.
Okay, and that address in San Antonio, Pampanga, in which Morning Sun is located is the residence of Mayor Tumang,
Besides the residents of the.
besides the residents. But do you confirm na yung Morning Sun industry is owned by former Mayor Tumang?
Opo.
Vice, no, Barangay Captain Kanda, do you confirm that Morning Sun?
Yes po, Your Honor.
Now, let me ask the brother, Alex Tumang. Sir, Alex, remember you're under oath. Please, at alam mo na, pinagdaanan na po natin ito, yung mga queries. Tinabi lang to, dahil sabi ko nga, this was forwarded na, as part of my resolution was forwarded to this committee. Now, question, do you confirm that Morning Sun industry is owned by Mayor Tumang, your brother?
Naririnig ko lang po pero hindi biira lang po kaming magkita ng brother ko kasi kanya-kanya
Hindi po, ang tanong ko lang po, hindi kita tinatanong kung bihira o lagi kayo nagkikita. Baka mamaya, Alex Tumang, pakita ko sa iyo na lagi kayo nagkasama lately.
Lately lang po dahil dun sa kampanya.
O, kita mo? Parang pareho rin kayo magkapatid eh. Kung hindi kayo tatanungin, hindi nyo aminin. Now, again, once again, do you confirm, yes or no lang po, that Morning Sun industry is owned by your brother?
Mr. Chair, yung regarding po doon sa kumpanya niya, wala po akong masyadong knowledge doon.
So, hindi mo alam?
Baka magkamali ko po kung sabihin ko pong alam ko ay yung detail niyan, hindi ko po alam.
Hindi ko tinatanong yung detalye. Ownership lang po.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, ano po yung
And tanong ko nga kung yung Morning Sun industry is owned by your brother.
ang pagkaalam ko po?
Ang pag-alam mo ano?
Sa kanya po before.
Bakit may before?
Kasi po nababanggit po doon sa ano po last hearing po.
Kita mo?
Pangalan po doon sa
Mr. Alex Tumang, I just want to warn you. Kanina sabi mo hindi mo alam, hindi mo ma-confirm. Ngayon alam mo pati yung ano? Pati yung paglilipat?
Mr. Chair, can I explain po?
Yes.
Kasi narinig ko lang po dito sa hearing po kaya ako nalaman na nailipat po doon sa kanyang anak.
Narinig mo sa hearing na to.
Opo.
So you're not close to your brother? Hindi mo alam? Malaking kumpanya? And the office is situated?
Masyado po akong busy doon sa aking kumpanya, Mr. Chair, kaya wala po kami.
And what is your company? For the record?
AC Tumang Construction po.
Okay. Sige. Mamaya. Now, once again, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to put on record that the AMLA confirmed that indeed there's a bank transaction between Willie Ong and Morning Sun, which is owned by Mayor Tumang. Now, nandito ba yung ano, yung SEC? 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 Wala. Mr. Chairman, kindly, can we ask the COMSEC? Yung lagi naman suki na natin yung Mexico yung Pampanga na SEC, di ba? Kindly check na lang po if Morning Sun just before the hearing suspend, para na po it will be put on record that the SEC from Pampanga confirms that this Morning Sun industry is owned by Mayor Tumang. Thank you po. Now let me proceed. Mr. Chairman, let me proceed with nahin ko na po si Alex Tumang. Again, Mr. Alex Tumang, you're under oath. Pinaunahan na po kita. Ang kapatid mo po kanina, pinaunahan ko rin. Hindi kami nagkulang dito. We warn you that you're under oath at alam na po namin kung magsisinungaling kayo, hindi, because we have all the data and facts. Well, in fact, continuation lang to ng hearing natin with the dangerous drugs. Now, yung lupa na may-ari is Willie Ong, yung Empire 999, kung saan nakuha yung worth 3.6 billion na shabu. Tama po ba na ikaw ang nagbenta nun?
Mr. Chair, yung sinasabi nila pong Mr. Chair, pwede niyo po akong pagbigyan para ma-explain ko po yung nangyaring development po doon. Kasi dalawa po may-ari before nung lupa. Mr. Chair, can I? With documents po. With documents. I will
Okay,
explain by
tanong muna kita. Okay, sige. I will rephrase my question. Did you have a transaction with Willie Ong?
Wala po, Mr. Chair. Ang kapatid ko po ang nakipagtransaksyon. Siya po ang tinawagan ako noon. Nandun po ako sa aking trabaho doon sa Iloilo. Ngayon, tinatanong po yung lupa kung ibebenta ko. Sabi ko, oo, kailangan ko nga ang pera na meron akong bubuksan na project. Kailangan ko yung pera kung pwede mo maibenta. Kaya siya po nakipagtransaksyon regarding doon at sabi niya, sinong kakausapin ko dyan? Yung a certain Ernesto Evangelista po ang kinausap niya, Mr. Chair. Well, after nun, binigay nung na transaction po yon, binigay na lang po sa akin yung pera.
But, ito, Mr. Alex Tumang, pero yung property, kiniklaim mo ngayon na sa'yo.
Mr. Chair, hindi po akin yung property kung saan po. Hindi po yun ang nabili ko. Katabi lang po.
Sandali po. Sandali.
Katabi ko po.
Sandali po. But yung property mo, whether katabi o hindi, ibininta kay Willie Ong. Tama?
Tama po, Mr.
Oh, yun
Chair.
lang yung tanong ko. Kasi yung excuse mo or defense mo na hindi yun, that is still subject. Kasi papatunayan ng mga taga-Mexico, especially yung obo doon, yung assessors doon, papatunayan nila na indeed magkarugtong yun. Magkarugtong.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair,
Sandali po. Sandali. So you confirm now that you sold the land, your property to Willie Ong?
yung akin po.
O, yung sa'yo.
Part ko po.
Okay.
Kalahati po.
Sandali, kalahati ng property mo?
Hindi po. Yung kalahati po nung development na nangyari po ron.
Kita mo? Ay, nako. Wag mo. Eto, wag mong paikutin kami dito. Mr. Alex Tumang, kanina sabi mo hindi.
Mr. Chair,
Ngayon, sandali. Patapusin mo nga ako. Ngayon sinasabi mo kalahati. When I told you that the OBO and the officials of Mexico Pangana will prove. Ngayon sinasabi mo kalahati. But ang tanong ko, nagbinta ka ba ng property kay Willie Ong?
yes, Mr. Chair, inaamin ko po.
Okay.
Yung property ko po na ibenta po.
Kay Willie Ong.
Opo.
Okay, let's go to the details of that property. Binili mo to yung property kay Mr. Evangelista.
Kay Bernardo Evangelista po.
Okay, tama. Kailan mo to binili?
Mr. Chair,
For your answer, just for the information of the members and of course the resource persons and the people watching us now, yung property na pinapacheck natin ngayon is the property in which, sabi ko na nga, the 3.6 billion worth of shabu was recovered.
Mr. Chair, next time sa hearing po, titignan ko lang po yung records ko doon sa opisina kung kailan ko po in-start na binayaran po doon sa may-ari po ng lupa kay Mr. Evangelista po.
Pero siguro naman, yung pagbili mo, hindi mo matandaan na. Pero siguro naman yung transaction with Willie Ong, matandaan mo mamaya. Mamaya, tatanungin kita
alam
mamaya.
ko po, na-receive ko po yung pera June 20, 2019 po, Mr. Chair.
June 20, 2019.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, magkano?
Naibenta ko po ng tig to 200 pesos po.
Magkano?
Approximately po, nasa ano po yun? 19,431 square meter. Kaya umabot po siya ng 3,886,200.
Okay, 3,886,200.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, nung binili mo yung lupa, alam mo ba na patay na yung Ines at saka yung asawa niya na ibang ilista?
Nung binili ko po, buhay po.
Ha?
Buhay po yung mag-asawa.
Balakay natin, kailan mo binili yon?
Mr. Chair, sabi ko nga po kanina, hindi ko na po matandaan. Titignan ko muna yung aking records doon sa opisina po.
PSA, wala dito, no? Pero, Alex, Mr. Tumang, ha? May hearing pa tayo ulit. I will check the record because ang impormasyon ko pong nakuha na nung binili niyo yung lupa with the original owner, patay na po yung Ines Tumang at saka yung ibang lista na asawa. But of course, as of now, sige po, sabi mo buhay. Sabi mo buhay, tama?
Nung pong ini-start ko pong binayaran sa kanila, buhay po yung mag-asawa.
So you
Alam
pay,
po ng barangay captain po ng kumpare
so
ko.
binayad mo sa kanila personally.
Opo, installment po na binayaran ko doon sa kanila po.
May resibo ka pa.
Mr. Chair, hindi ko na po matandaan, masyado na pong matagal. At nung naglipat ako doon sa opisina, yung mga ano lang po, receiving pumipirma lang po si Ernesto Evangelista po doon sa aking records, mga butcher po noon.
Okay, ganito po. Kaya muna natin yan. Next hearing, you should comply kasi papatawag ko rin yung PSA. No? Para ma-confirm yung statement mo.
Mr. Chair, PSA is present.
Kanina pa kita tinatawag, nandiyan ka pala. Oh, kindly check na lang po. Dalawa na yun, nakalimutan ko na yung isa. But anyway, kindly check the records of Ines Tumang.
Mr. Chair,
we will
check. We will
and the
provide the
Evangelista.
information.
Can you, if you can make it before the suspension of this hearing today, please po.
We will do, sir.
Thank you. Now, let me proceed, Mr. Chairman. Yung bintahan nyo, you confirm that you are the owner. Tama? From Evangelista to you.
Mr. Chair, kaya po umingi ako po ng oras para ma-explain ko, para ma-enlighten po itong Quadcom Committee.
Hindi, tinatanong lang kita. Yes or no lang naman. From Evangelista, nilipat sa iyo. Tama? Binili mo.
Wala pong nangyaring nailipat ko po.
Pero binili mo. Binili mo.
Inaamin ko po, binili ko po.
Okay, you have the
Nakabili
documents.
ko kay
You provide us in the next hearing. LRA. Kala mo, tapos ka na. Opo. LRA. Ma'am. Balikan natin. Ma'am, when the sale was made. Ma'am, when the sale was made with regards to this property of the Evangelista, kanino nakapangalan yung property?
Your Honor, I don't have the records now. May I check the records that I submitted with the COMSEC?
Okay. So, please, ganon din po, within the day. Kasi gusto kong balikan si Alex Tumang mamaya eh.
Okay.
Kahit late night na. Okay, please. Kasi kailangan to eh, now. Diretsuhin na kita. Mr. Alex Tumang. Nagbigay ka ba ng SPA sa kapatid mo? Kay Mr. Ted Tumang?
Yung SPA po, wala po. Dahil hindi po nakapangalan sa akin yung lupa.
So, sino ang nagbigay ng SPA?
Ang ginawa ko po noon, dahil nandun ako sa Iloilo, busy ako doon sa mga project ko, sabi ko, tawagan ko si Ernesto Evangelista para kausapin ka. Kaya yun po ang naging advice ko po. Pinuntaan po ni Erning.
Bakit si Ernesto, the Evangelista? Because the name of Ernesto Evangelista does not appear in the title.
Siya po yung anak na nakikialam doon sa property po.
Buhay pa ba siya?
Patay na po si Ernesto po.
O, yun yung problema. Kasi nagtuturo ka ng tao na patay. Yung yung mga ibang lista patay na. Yung inistumang patay na rin, di ba? Buhay pa.
Wala na po.
Oh. Ayun yung problema, Mr. Chairman. Ito yung pinaka best excuse. Lahat ng mga tinuturo, patay. But in the transaction, in the deed of sale between Tumang, your brother, and Willie Ong, naka-attach ba doon yung authority from Ernesto Evangelista?
Wala na po akong knowledge noon after nung pinapunta ko po si
You own the property,
Ernesto.
then you don't have the documents and the knowledge about it?
Kumpiyansa naman po ako doon sa aking kapatid dahil
Akala ko hindi kayo close. Tapos ngayon, pati sa property mo, siya binigyan mo ng authority?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Oh.
Kumpiyansa lang po ako doon sa aking kapatid.
But
na
you're
hindi po
inconsistent
ako
because
lolo.
when I asked you earlier, you told this committee na hindi kayo close, ngayon na kayo nagkasama dahil sa kampanya.
Mr. Chair, hindi ko naman po sinabing hindi ko po kaaway ang kapatid ko. Hindi po kami nag-aaway. Kaya busy lang po kami parehas. Busy ako doon sa aking negosyo. Kaya biira lang po kaming magkita. Yun po ang sinasabi ko po.
Oh, sige, palusutin kita dyan. Okay. Now, SPA was given to your brother.
Nag-usap po si Ernesto Evangelista po at saka si Mayor Teddy po.
Hindi, pero ikaw yung may-ari. Kasi, alam mo,
po,
Mr. Alex Tumang, ako personally, I don't believe that you own the property. Bakit si Mayor Tumang ang bibigyan ng SPA to transact with Willie Ong na ikaw yung may-ari nun?
Mr. Chair, nung tinawagan po ako, nasa Iloilo po ako.
Pwede naman pagbukasan yun eh. Pwede naman Dapalengke. Pwede naman
Bihira lang po akong umuwi dahil nakatutok po ako doon sa mga project ko.
O di dapat pinadala sa iyo yung kontrata with the lawyers?
Hindi po kasi nakapangalan sa akin yung lupa.
Hindi na, pero ikaw yung owner. Yun yung sinasabi ko. And why? Why when you purchase that property, binigyan si Tumang, yung kapatid mo, ng SPA. But you claim to buy both that property.
Mr. Chair, kung uuwi man po ako, hindi po nakapangalan sa akin yung lupa, hindi naman po ako pwedeng mag-execute ng SPA po.
Sandali. Oo nga, pero yung sinasabi ko, Mr. Alex Tumang, na nung binili mo yung lupa, hindi na ilipat, nung nag-transaction kay Willie Ong, ngayon tinuturo mo yung kapatid mo na may SPA. Pero why? Bakit binigyan siya ng o ng may-ari ng SPA na ikaw din lang ang bumili? How do you have now? Can you produce the copy of that SPA?
Wala po akong kopya rito, Mr. Chair.
Puro kayo wala eh. Yun ang sinasabi ko. Yung mga palusot nyo. Logically, ikaw ang bumili. Pagbili, bakit si kapatid mo binigyan ng SPA? Di ba? Dapat sa pangalan mo. Kung hindi mo may transfer. Tama. Tsaka may deed of sale kayo, di ba?
Mr. Chair, matagal na po nung
Wala na naman ng dokumento.
yung mga documents po dating nandun sa aking opisina nung nagkaroon ng bagyo noon at inabot ng tubig kaya nagka ano-ano po yung mga
Ganun din yun,
documents ko
yung
po.
yung reason ng PCA nung nakaraan.
Opo.
Dahil sa sunog. Ikaw naman bagyo. LRA, si RD, saan siya? RD, pwede mo ba ma-retrieve yung mga documents na yun with regards to the transaction?
Before that, let me acknowledge the presence of the honorable members of the committee, Congressman Zia Alonto Adjong, Congressman Ramon Rodrigo Gutierrez, Congresswoman Janet Garin, Congressman Crispin Diego Remulla, and Congressman Salvador Pleito. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You have
LRA.
5 minutes.
No, maba. Okay, second round ako. Yes, LRA, can you produce this document? Kasi ako duda ako doon. Para makita ko lang kailan nangyaring deed of sale between Evangelista taka kay Alex Tumang. Tapos yung actual sale doon kay Willie Ong taka kay Mr. Alex Tumang na ngayon hugas kamay siya. Kasi ang next ko na tanong kung kilala mo hindi, ang next mo na sagot, alam ko na po, hindi mo kilala si Willie Ong. Di ba?
Mr. Chair,
But alam mo, on record, it never stated during the previous hearings doon sa Committee on Dangerous Drugs about that SPA na binigay mo na nandun ka sa Iloilo. Hindi mo rin sinabi na hindi mo kilala si Willie Ong, pero alam ko na ngayon. Alam ko na ang sagot mo doon, hindi mo kilala si Willie Ong because you give an SPA to your brother. Ang dinidiin mo ngayon is your brother. Hindi ikaw. Yes, LRA?
Your Honor, we actually submitted all those documents either at the Committee on Public Accounts or Dangerous Drugs.
Definitely not in the public accounts, but in the dangerous drugs
Yes,
siguro.
we're actually retrieving the files
Please
now.
po, dalawang ano yun yung sale between Alex Tumang and the Evangelista, and the sale between Alex Tumang with the SPA from Teddy Tumang and Willie Ong.
Yes, Your Honor,
Please.
we'll retrieve.
Oh, Mr. Alex Tumang, wala na eh. Pero pag na-produce yun, magkabuhol-buhol ka rin. Na anong company mo doon sa Iloilo?
Mr. Chair, meron po akong ginawa doon sa Iloilo po. Project.
Ano nga? Anong project?
Mga K212 project po ni
When was that?
Mayor. Mr. Chair.
Again, hindi mo na matandaan?
Opo.
Oh, when was that?
Mr. Chair.
Kasi papacheck kita. Papacheck kita sa DPWH at saka sa DepEd. Kung at that time, at that month or year, mayroon ka project doon.
Mr. Chair, under po kay Mayor Jed.
Jed?
Opo. LGU po.
Hindi nga. Kailan nga?
Mr. Chair, sa tagal po, hindi ko na po matandaan.
Oh, pero matatandaan ni Mayor Jed. Matandaan niya.
Possibly po.
Possibly, pero ikaw talaga, hindi na. Wala na talaga. Hindi mo na matandaan.
Sorry po, Mr. Chair, sa dami na po ng
O anong company yung ginamit mo doon?
AC Tumang Construction po.
Easy Tumang.
Yes, Mr.
Mr. Chairman, can we direct the COMSEC to... Mr. Chairman, can we direct the COMSEC to communicate with the DepEd and the local government in Iloilo with regards to the project mentioned by Mr. Alex Tumang under the company A2?
Alpha Charlie.
A2. AC.
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 Tumang.
AC Tumang Construction Company, please.
Yeah, Comsec, you are directed to coordinate with the LGU and DPWH of Iloilo. So, yeah, you have 35 seconds, Mr. Chairman, but we
Mr.
will
Chairman,
allow
okay
you
lang
again
ako, Chairman.
another minute.
Anyway, Mr. Chairman, tingnan ko na lang, baka pwede akong mag-second round mamaya because I have not yet asked questions to former Vice Mayor, to the Vice Mayor now, si Vice Mayor Jeron, tapos yung isa pang kapitan na contractor din na allegedly siya yung nagpatayo ng building doon sa kay Willie Ong and Mayor Tumang, no? Tatanungin ko pa sana si Mayor Tumang, but of course because of medical condition, di siya pwede. And Mr. Chairman, just a short manifestation since I have still 35 seconds ba yan o minutes?
32 na lang, 32 seconds.
30 seconds. Mr. Chairman, once again, Mr. Chairman, I reserve my right for second round just in case. Kina Mr. Alex Tumang and the rest of the resource person from Mexico, Pampanga. And Mr. Chairman, just to put on record that in this hearing, Mr. Chairman, it was established. Kaya nga napakontempt si Mr. Teddy Tumang, the former mayor of Mexico, Pampanga, because he is lying, and he is directly connected with Willie Ong and Empire 999. And when in fact, it was confirmed by AMLAC that there is a bank transaction between Willie Ong and Alex Tumang o Teddy Tumang through the company, no, that was mentioned by this presentation, which is owned by Alex Api de Tumang. The corporation is Morning Sun Industry, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Paduano. Before
Mr.
we
Chair.
recognize the next interpellator, the chair recognizes the presence of Congressman Steve Chongbian Solon. And
Mr. Chair,
yes, Congresswoman Luistro.
I want to take advantage of the presence of the Chairman of Public Accounts where the illegal acquisition of land originated, this issue controversy. I just want to know for the record if we have a complete account already of all the lands which were illegally acquired by the foreign nationals, both those which are titled and those which are untitled.
Well, earlier we asked the LRA to submit to the committee all land holdings under the name of Empire 999 and all of its incorporators, including ADT Yang, Willie Ong, and the others, no? And I believe we have already asked them to submit this document to us in the previous hearing, no? And we are in receipt of such a document. So please provide a copy to Congresswoman Luistro.
Mr. Chair, may we know from the LRA and the assessor if we have data as to the total number of hectares or square meters of the land which were illegally transferred?
Do we have that figure, LRA? The exact number?
Your Honor, as regards those properties situated in Mexico, Pampanga, the total area is
So after po nito, the last interpellator for the first presentation of PIDEA is Congresswoman Castro. Then we will move to another presentation by PIDEA.
the total area acquired by Empire 999, Your Honor, is 116,545 square meters, less the those already transferred. We have a remaining 38,000 square meters as active in the name of Empire 999. As regards the stockholders, Your Honor, the list that we submitted included them already. However, we have the proviso that we do not guarantee that the same persons indicated therein are the same persons subject of the investigation in this committee.
Mr. Chair, the data that was given to us pertains only to the titled property. I understand that for those land which are covered merely by tax declarations, they do not normally pass through the office of the LRA. So may we know also from the assessor if we have a data as to the total number of hectares which were illegally transferred to foreign nationals in Mexico, Pampanga?
So the assessor of the Mexico, Pampanga only?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Is the assessor of the municipality of Mexico present, absent?
Absent.
So
Mr. Chair, if this will be feasible, I wish to request the LRA, the central office, in as far as those which were established already as foreign nationals, which misrepresented themselves, who misrepresented themselves as Filipino nationals, can we come up with a complete account of the lands, whether titled or otherwise, which were transferred to foreign nationals? Perhaps we can send a letter to the LRA administrator. Mr. Chair.
yeah, Comsec, you please communicate with the LRA with respect to the request of Congresswoman Luistro. Okay, so Congressman Paduano.
Last point, let me say to the LRA. So you confirm that it's only Empire 999?
Your Honor, as regards the corporations that we were able to extract the titles, their land holdings, we confirm them to be the same corporations because they have their articles of
Kaya
incorporation.
nga, Empire 999 lang.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yan ang sinabit niyo sa AMLAC.
I submitted them already, but subject for them to filter them.
Hindi, kaya nga, pero Empire 999 lang. Hindi pa yung mga
No,
individual
in-
incorporators.
Including all the incorporators. We
Including the incorporators.
Yes, Your Honor. And we also submitted that to the other committees.
Okay, so Empire 999, titles,
Yes, Your Honor.
and incorporators
Yes,
of
Your
Empire 99. So it follows na nandun po yung Willie Ong, Eddie Tayang,
Yes,
and all
Your
others.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you confirm?
With respect to Empire 999, Mr. Chair, just this morning, they sent the
Huh?
list.
No, Your Honor.
Pero yung mga individual incorporators,
We
attorney,
submitted the list, Your Honor, to the committee.
hindi, ganito na po. So, officially, from LRA just this morning. Tama, attorney?
No, it's not official, Your Honor, because the official transmittal that we made was with the committee. Now, I just furnish him a copy of that.
Okay, attorney, so, ngayon lang po? Ngayon lang kayo nakahawak noon? Akala ko ba na-submit na sa inyo noong nakaraan pa?
Because of the voluminous
Sandali po, ma'am.
transmittal, Your Honor.
Hindi, kasi nag-submit kayo sa committee.
Yes,
Ang
Your Honor.
tinatanong ko ngayon, yung AMLA. Now, attorney, so ngayon nyo lang nakuha yung mga list of titles?
Mr. Chair, the ones, the LRA that provided to us in August does not include the Empire 999, Mr. Chair.
Ano lang po nang nandun? Mga individual?
Corporate actually, Mr. Chair. Those owned by Golden Sun,
Mexico 999?
Mexico, and Yatay, Mr. Chair.
Yatay. So, ang Empire ngayon lang.
Informally, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Now, how about individual Chinese nationals? Yung mga properties nila?
It's included in the one sent this morning, Mr. Chair.
Previously, wala?
None, Mr. Chair.
Anyway, Mr. Chairman, because the four COMSEC, I think it's only my COMSEC that is absent today's hearing. Yung dangerous drugs po, COMSEC, then you check with your staff. Then, yung public accounts, please check po. COMSEC, please coordinate with COMSEC Francis para po ma-retrieve yung mga documents with regards to the titles, no, ng mga incorporators, and at the same time, and then submit it to AMLAC. Kasi ang kailangan natin dito, hindi lang may mga korporasyon, pati yung mga individual. Kasi, di ba, may sale na nga si Edith Tiang sa Municipality of Mexico, Pampanga, which is the subject of case now against Mayor Teddy Tumang. Yung 79.5 million sale of property. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, so please COMSEC, no, ano lang, ASAP lang, please kindly coordinate with COMSEC Francis, no, to review all those documents and submit to the AMLA within the day. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Congressman Paduano. The next to interpolate is Congresswoman Franz Castro. You are recognized. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some clarification lang, Mr. Chair, doon sa presentation ng PIDEA, si ASEC Gumban, Mr. Chair. May I also request that the COMSEC, pwede po bang ipakita po yung matrix na presented to us by ASEC Gumban, doon po sa Pogo Illegal Drugs Connections. So, meron lang po ako i-clarify na ilang bagay, Mr. Chair. So, doon po sa presentation, Mr. Chair, so, it seems talaga, Mr. Chair, na si Michael Yang, si Alan Lin, kasama na yung kanyang, yung asawa, si Michael Yang, si Alan Lin, ay talaga pong close. Tama po ba? At sila po ay, ay involved sa drugs. Sa illegal drugs, I mean. ASEC, Sir Chair.
Kindly repeat the question, please.
So, Okay, so doon po sa matrix na ipinakita niyo po, Mr. Chair, dito sa Pogo illegal drugs. So sinasabi niyo po ba na si Michael Yang title nyo sa matrix, Pogos Illegal Drugs Connection. So ano po yung, ito, katulad niyan, yung nilagay niyo po pa po dyan, ano, yung picture ni Mr. Duterte, si Michael Yang, at saka si Alan Lim. At hindi po yan yung first na litrato po no, na nakikita nating magkakasama ang mga yan. So ang ibig sabihin po, itong si Lim at si Lin, Alan Lin at si Michael Yang ay involved sa drugs, illegal drugs.
Ma'am, Mr. Chair, it's just to happen that they are part of the corporation. They are just incorporators. And the information that they are involved in drugs, that is according to Colonel Asierto.
Okay. So, nag-imbestiga po ba kayo doon, Mr. Chair? Kasi kung ito po yung binigay ni Colonel Asierto, so mula po noon na binibigay niya yung ganong information, nag-ano po ba kayo, nag-conduct kayo ng investigation, Mr. Chair?
Yes, ma'am, and Alan Lim is confirmed that involves in drugs. But what we have now is just Alan Lin and Michael Yang are just same incorporators. So we are still digging on the accounts of Michael Yang. And that is for the AMLAC to determine.
Yes. So ano po yung ano ulit, yung corporation nitong dalawang to na they are involved?
Ma'am, Rose Nonolin and Michael Yang are also co-incorporators of a certain Alan Lin in Piley Holdings Corporation. Piley Holdings, ma'am.
Piley Holdings. Ano po yung negosyo nila, Mr. Chair? Doon sa corporation. Ano pong linya ng trabaho or industry?
We do not know yet, ma'am, about their the business of Piley.
Mr. Chair, sorry parang nag-present po kayo ng ganitong matrix. So syempre kami po sa House of Reps na mga kongresista, tatanungin po natin yung mga detalye niyan. So kung ako po yung titingin dyan, parang may connection ang mga yan. Di po ba? Kasi ito, si Alan Lin, involved sa droga. So ito, nilagay niyo dyan, si Alan Lin at saka si Michael Yang na isa sa isang corporation. Etong Full Win Group. Ano po ba yung negosyo nung dalawa na they are incorporators? Kasali po yung asawa ni Lin, Mr. Chair.
Ma'am, we are checking it regarding the Piley Holdings.
Mr. Chair, come again.
We are checking it right now, ma'am, about the Piley Holdings because actually that is not exhaustively identified by PDEA because we are just going through up to Rose Nonolin and to involve up to the last Alice Goo, ma'am.
Well, Mr. Chair, so it seems na merong exception doon sa information. Kasi po, yun nga po, nag-present kayo ng matrix na ganyan dinidig namin yung mga relasyon ng mga taong nandiyan, pati yung corporation. So, ASEC, meron po ba kayong ba kayong ine-accept or meron kayong tinatago dito? Kasi pag tiningnan po natin yan, Mr. Chair, magkakasama yan si Mr. Duterte, si Alan Lin, si Michael Yang, di ba? So, ano po yung mga relasyon nitong mga tatlong ito? Sinama niyo pa po si Senator Bongo na nilink ninyo kay Alan Lin. So, may tanong din po ako doon. So hindi kayo pwedeng mag-present sa amin ng just a matrix na akala ninyo hindi kami nag-iisip at nag-analyze. Kasi kanina pa po ako nag-analyze yung inyong matrix. May mga alam ko naman po yung ibig sabihin ng mga arrow eh. 'Di ba? May link. Tinuturo po natin yan sa mathematics, yung mga links. So ano po yung pakibalik nga po Comsec yung matrix para po maintindihan po natin. Kasi kung ako po yung titingin doon, ibig niyo bang sabihin, Mr. Asek, Gumban, dahil, sabi niyo po, involved si Alan Lin sa droga. Si Michael Yang ay kasama ni Michael Lin sa corporation. Tinatanong ko ngayon, ano ba yung line of business po ng corporation? Kasi Mr. Chair, kung natatandaan ninyo, doon sa Committee on Drugs, na-establish natin na si Michael Yang ay isang drug lord or involved sa illegal drugs. At tignan niyo po, yung inyong title sa matrix, Pogo Illegal Drugs Connections. So sabihin niyo po sa akin, at ibig sabihin, yung mga link ba yan? Saan po yan? Involved sa Pogo, illegal drugs. So tanong ko po, so idig niyo pa po yung corporation ni Michael Yang at saka ni Alan Lin. So ito po, nilagyan niyo ng arrow si Alan Lin at saka si Senator Bongo. Tama po ba yon? Senator, tingnan ko nga po.
Ma'am, regarding Piley,
Oo, dun sa matrix.
Piley, ma'am, is to engage in general construction business, including the constructing, enlarging, repairing, developing, or engaging in any work upon building houses and condominium roads, plants, bridges, airfields, piers, waterworks, railroads, and other structures, except government-funded projects and other defense-related projects. That is the relations of the Pogo, ma'am. They're the one constructing the Piley, is the one constructing the buildings.
Pogo. Sila
Pogo.
po yung nag-construct ng mga Pogos. Yung mga-
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Dahil nilagay niyo rin po illegal drugs diyan, So, si Alan Lin, hindi lang po siya involved sa construction ng mga illegal Pogo, infrastructure or mga buildings, involved din siya sa illegal drugs. So, don't you think or can you infer na baka involved din si Michael Yang sa droga?
So far, ma'am, what we have is Alan Lim has a case in drugs. But with regards to Michael Yang, we are still going into investigations regarding that matter together with other government agencies.
Yes, so medyo Mr. Chair, medyo matagal matagal tayong siguro mahirap talaga mag-imbestiga. Pero matagal na po yan natin na pinag-uusapan. Papanahon pa ng Parmali, 2016 pa yan, yung pangalan ng Michael Yang. At hanggang ngayon ay hindi pa natin po siya na-imbestigan. Ilang beses na po yan lumalabas. Even sa Committee on Dangerous Drugs, sinasabi po na si Michael Yang ay involved sa illegal drugs. Pero sige po, antayin namin yung inyong yung inyong investigation. Ano pa po yung mga corporation na involved po si Alan Lin at saka si Michael Yang? So yun lang po ba, Mr.
Chair, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I interject? Just one question lang. It puzzles me, Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of Congresswoman Castro. I'd like to ask us, just for clarity of this committee, di ba kayo po yung nag-present ng matrix na to?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And the heading of the matrix very clear. Pogo, illegal drugs connection, is it correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So why did you put Michael Yang there if you're not fully convinced that Michael Yang is not connected with any illegal drug trade?
In the beginning, sir, we stated already that this matrix was taken from the, it is a compilation,
Yeah,
not exactly from PDEA alone.
yeah, but you're the one who presented this, Mr. Chair, to the committee. So we presume you already have enough information to respond to the question of Congresswoman Castro. It appears that you are assailing your own matrix by saying that you do not have enough information to link Michael Yang with illegal drug operation. Why would you put their name there? That's very incriminating, and yet you're coming here telling us that you do not have enough evidence to prove.
He was with the Pogo holding, sir, with the Pogo thing.
But you should have at least clarified that in your matrix before coming here, because it's very clear. We all understood the arrows. Tama nga po yung sinabi ni Congresswoman Castro. Very clear po yung mga arrows dyan. And yung heading is very incriminating, Pogo illegal drug trade. Lahat po ng pangalan dyan, from the very start, first glance, it appears that all of these individuals are connected in one way or the other in the illegal drug trade.
Yes, sir. That's correct, sir. They are connected in such a way that others are just connected because they are just the same incorporators. Not exactly that they are involved in drugs.
Yeah, but I guess, Mr. Chair, no, I think it puzzles me, Mr. Chair, because the way I understood the matrix is that all of these individuals are somehow connected one way or the other in the operation of illegal drugs vis-a-vis the illegal Pogo operation. So it puzzles me, Mr. Chair, that now Congresswoman Castro is digging deeper into the arrangement in the transaction between and among these corporations, and yet we're getting information from PDEA na hindi mismo sila sigurado. I just want to put that into record, Mr. Chair, Asek Gumban.
Thank you, Congressman Adjong.
They have to be clear on their presentation.
Yeah,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Please proceed, Congresswoman Castro.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Kasi ina-analyze ko talaga yung matrix, no? Parang sa statement po ni ASEC Gumban, parang meron siyang ina-exempt, no? Kasi tinanong ko rin po ito, no, yung relasyon ni Mr. Duterte kay Michael Yang. At since close siya dahil nga doon sa inappoint pa ito, no, as economic advisor or whatever sa pwesto niya doon sa presidential. Pero sinasabi niyo ngayon na wala pa po kayong conclusion na si Michael Yang ay involved din sa droga. Pero balikan natin yung matrix, Mr. Chair. Si Alan Lin, Mr. Chair, ay kinonect. Sorry nakita ko kasi yung kinonect po kay Senator Bongo. Sinabi nyo kanina, si Alan Lin ay involved sa illegal drugs. So, ang ibig bang sabihin, involved din si Senator Bongo sa drugs since kinonect nyo po siya. So, ano po yung ibig sabihin po nung arrow nyo? Yung connection ni Alan Lin at saka ni Senator Bongo po. Gusto ko lang pong malinawan.
Ma'am, according to our informant, they are just close friends. That's why we just put it there. They are just close friends. It is not specific that they are involved in drugs. That's why we have these incorporators, just to interlink them. And we are still digging that what we can have against these people. It is not yet complete, ma'am. It is ongoing.
Okay. So, si Alan Lin po, no, close friend. So, alam po ni Bongo ang mga trabaho po ni Alan Lin. Na alam po ni Senator Bongo, dahil sila ay close friends, alam po niya na si Lin ay involved sa illegal drugs. Yun po yung tanong ko.
That will be answered by Senator Bongo, ma'am, not us yet. Because we are still investigating, we do not have concrete proof yet of what their transactions is.
Okay.
What we have there is they are just close friends, according to our informant.
Okay. Okay. Thank
We
you
do
po.
not know what they are talking about. They do not know what they are talking about if they are close friends. We are just guessing what they are talking.
Pero sorry po Asek Gumban, wag po kayong gagawa ng ganyang matrix na incriminating at kino-connect nyo tapos ang title nyo ay illegal and pogo drugs connection. At yan po nilagay nyo rin po yan. Kompletuhin nyo po yung inyong investigation diyan at syempre po yung Mr. Chair sa AMLA naman. So nakita nyo na po no yung meron na po ba kayong inimbestigahan dito sa mga personality on drugs po? AMLA. As regards to kung meron pong money laundering involvement.
Sir Chair, based on the presentation, as far as I can recall, there is just one corporation there, the RMCE, where it owns an account that was subject of a petition for civil forfeiture by the MLC related to other subjects, Mr. Chair, who are not on the matrix.
Okay, so sinabi na po ni Asek Gumban, Mr. Chair, na it's up for the AMLA no, to investigate. So pwede po ba, halimbawa yung si Michael Yang, yung Alan Lin, ay ma-subject din po sa kung meron po tayong tinakikitang money laundering activity po.
Mr. Chair, we will coordinate po with the PDEA, but then again, for the AMLC to have jurisdiction to conduct money laundering investigation, there must be an unlawful activity that has been developed already, Mr. Chair. But as regards to money laundering investigation, then we will coordinate, Mr. Chair, with the PDEA.
Napaka-selective po ng ating mga action po ng ating gobyerno, no? Katulad nitong AMLA, Mr. Chair. Yung mga religious organizations na gumagampan ng kanilang pagtulong, mga services sa mga may hirap sa iba't ibang mga rural areas, sinabject nyo agad sa AMLA, ay sinabject nyo agad na ma-freeze yung mga yung mga account. Samantalang ito no, kung nakikita na natin na sinasabi naman ng PDEA na involved sa illegal drugs at sinasabi niya naman na sina-challenge kayo na tignan ninyo. So, pwede ba mag-coordinate po, Mr. Chair, ang AMLA at saka ang PDEA para makita lang po talaga natin na merong talagang money laundering problem dyan po.
Mr. Chair, we have a very strong coordination with the PDEA, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, kailan po kayo mag-iimbestiga?
Mr. Chair,
O nagsisimula na?
we are coordinating with PDEA, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So, siguro, for the last manifestation, no, yung pong ating yung ating pong matrix na pinipresent, it seems that Michael Yang, Alan Lin, Mr. Duterte are connected. At sinasabi ng PDEA, Alan Lin is involved in illegal drugs and Pogo. Therefore, si Michael Yang din po involved din dun sa Pogo. Iimbestigahan pa rin po ng PDEA ang involvement ni Michael Yang kasi nakita natin yung sinabi dito ni Mr. Duterte, no, kay Michael Yang, no, kung may mapapatunayan sa kanya. Tapos ito po yung tungkol doon kay Senator Bongo. So nakakalito lang po no. So sana po ay kung tayo po ay mag-iisip, malilink natin sila na involved sila. Okay? So yun lang po Mr. Chair. Hintayin po natin yung mas malalim na investigation po ng PDEA.
Okay, thank you, Congresswoman Castro. So, if I may, Congressman Abante, following the line of questioning of Congresswoman Castro, may I ask the PDEA that yung point po na when you submit to the committee a matrix, please make sure that the information that you have gathered are enough and sufficient to be able to prove your point. Because the committee is, we have a theory eh. Yung aming theory from the beginning of this investigation tungkol sa drugs ay sinasabi na po natin na meron pong kaugnayan ang illegal drugs dito sa Pogo. And in between, yun ang hinuhukay natin at tinitingnan natin. Now, if personalities appear in the conduct of these proceedings, may mga personalidad na umappear, kailangan po ma-substantiate natin. Yun lang ang aking request. Kasi mahirap naman ho na mag-akusa tayo tapos wala naman po tayong sufficient na ebidensya. But I do understand that the investigation is ongoing and it's not very easy, really, to substantiate, no, or get more information in relation to the involvement of certain personalities. Mahirap talaga 'yon. Kasi hindi naman magpapahuli ng buhay kung totoo nga namang may involvement sa ganyang klaseng illegal activities yung mga yan. Hindi yan basta-basta maghuli. That's the reason why we have now uncovered that there are layerings. Naglayering po yung mga kumpanya kung saan itong mga drug personalities, alleged drug personalities are involved. Kaya ang ating na we should be circumspect at bigyan ng mas sufficient na mga information para mas tumibay ang ating mga ebidensya. Salamat, PIDEA. Yes, Congressman Abante, before we proceed to another presentation.
Yeah, in relation to what you said and Congresswoman Castro, no? Asek Gumban, why do you have to include Senator Bongo in the matrix when he is not even an incorporator? Because they're just close friends, you have to include him? Why?
Yes, sir, that is to establish that these people, Alan Lim, has a connection to higher ups because of their friendship with higher people.
Oh my goodness. Is Senator Bongo involved in Pogo and in drugs? Were you able to investigate that?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, maybe the title is wrong. Our title
The
of the
title is
presentation
wrong. So ibig sabihin nito, it also would be wrong for you to include a person who is not involved in those alleged crimes. Asik Gumban.
Yes, sir, as I have said, sir, the title of the matrix of our presentation is quite lacking. What we have, sir, is their connections. This Alan Lim, his connections with influential people. Just connection, whatever it is, they have.
If they have connection to influential people, ibig sabihin, tama si Congresswoman Castro, meron silang involvement doon. Inyo bang nababasa ito na meron tayong kasabihan, birds of the same feather flock together? Di ba?
It's possible, sir.
Oh,
It is
possible. O ngayon possible na. Kanina itinatanggi mo na si Michael Yang kasama doon, including the senator putting in there as close friends. Hindi dapat kasama. Oo. Yan ang sinasabi ni Chairman Ace Barbers. Huwag tayong magkakamali because you do not want to accuse a wrong person. Asek Gumban.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you.
kung di po involved sa illegal drugs si Senator Bongo, pwede bang sabihin na protector ito ng mga personality ng involved sa illegal drugs? So logic lang po yun.
Now, with the
So,
indulgence of Congresswoman Castro, mahirap po kasing kasi nga nabanggit po nila kanina na ongoing naman po yung kanilang investigation. We may probably have our own opinion on the presentation na ginawa nila, no? And there are questions still hanging. And in fairness naman sa kanila, hindi pa naman sila tapos, no? And I would beg the indulgence of Congresswoman Castro that to give them more time to submit to the committee kung ano ang kanilang findings. Sabi ko nga kanina, it is difficult really na magbanggit tayo ng pangalan na wala tayong sufficient na ebidensya.
So I yield to the wisdom of our chair, Mr. Chair.
Maraming salamat po, Congresswoman Castro. Since the good Congresswoman is the last interpolator on the first presentation of PIDEA, now we can move on to, you still have another presentation, PIDEA?
Yes, Mr. Chair, regarding Domoy clandestine laboratory.
Where is the Domoy? Where is Domoy?
Domoy, sir, is the place where
yeah,
the
I
clandestine
remember.
laboratory was raided by PIDEA in Davao City.
Sige
That was in 2004, sir.
Okay, so ito ay drugs pa rin.
Yes, sir.
Okay, sige po. Okay, please, is that, ilang minuto ho yan, Yusek? How many minutes is the presentation?
6 minutes, 40 seconds, sir.
Okay, sige, please proceed.
Ready na? Mr. Chair, Your Honors, this presentation covers the chronology of events from December 31, 2004 to January 5, 2005, based from PDEA Blatter, Dumoy case folder, and from other sources. On the screen are the locations of the Dumoy clandestine laboratory, location of 2 warehouses, and Arlene apartment, all in Davao City. On December 31, 2004, Davao City clandestine shabu laboratory was dismantled by PDEA Region 11, Special Operations Unit, Anti-Illegal Drugs Special Operations Task Force, led by Asierto, Pacer Mindanao, Regional Intelligence Group of Pro 11 at MacArthur Highway, Barangay Dumoy, Davao City. Per PDEA Blatter. On December 31, 2004, 6 o'clock p.m., joint elements of PDEA 11 and 8 SOT, led by Police Superintendent Wilkins Villanueva and Police Superintendent Eduardo Asierto, left the office for the implementation of search warrant number 1088, duly signed by Honorable Judge Renato A. Fuentes, Branch 9, Regional Trial Court, Davao City, against Alan C., Jed Pilapil C., Alex C., Jung Pilapil, and alias Joey, John Does, and Jane Does for violation of Republic Act 9165. Seized in the clandestine laboratory are the following: processed shabu found on separate rooms of second floor of the Dumoy warehouse during the implementation of search warrant issued by Judge Fuentes. Processed shabu on its final stage of drying, assorted precursors and chemicals found on the ground floor, rotary evaporator found in one of the room and mixers used on the early stage of the production. 6 foreigners died during the shootout. On the screen are the pictures taken in Dumoy clandestine laboratory on January 1, 2005. Based on PDEA Blatter, January 1, 2005, 10:35 a.m. PDEA personnel left this office led by SPO3 Baltasar Carillo, with BID personnel led by Police Superintendent Winnie Kidato, proceeded to Arlen apartment in Torres Street, Obrero, Davao City, to follow up on dismantled clandestine laboratory. Still on January 1, 2005, 11 o'clock a.m., PDEA personnel and BID personnel returned office and endorsed the following persons, namely: Jed Pilapil C., Yashu Gu, 40 years old, Zen Wen Tun, 18 years old, Lu Shi Xiao, 14 years old, Carlos C., 28 years old, Kyle Lanora, 46 years old, Alan Lim D., 34 years old, Ren D., 15 years old, Irene T. Dolar D., 39 years old, one Filipina, that is Jed Pilapil C., and the half Chinese national, $10 DC. The rest are Chinese nationals. They were endorsed to PDEA Region 11 for questioning and later released under custody of BID, Regional Office 11, Davao City. January 1, 2005, at 7 o'clock p.m., Police Senior Inspector Juan Pilo Cañete, Philippine National Police, escorted Jed Pilapel C. at Barrio Obrero, particularly in Arlen's apartment, Lacandula Street, Barrio Obrero, Davao City. Placed on certification that Jed Pilapel C. was released from the custody of PIDEA in good physical and mental condition. Still based on PIDEA Blatter, January 4, 2005, 11:45 a.m. Joint elements of PIDEA Region 11, AIDSOT, and RIID or Regional Intelligence and Investigation 11, led by Police Superintendent Wilkins Villanueva, Police Superintendent Asierto, and Police Superintendent Aquino, respectively left this office for the implementation of search warrant number 1091 in Agdao, Davao City. Still based on PIDEA Blatter, the subject of search warrant number 1091 in Agdao, Davao City are Alan C., Carlos C., Jed Pilapel C., Jong Pilapel, and Alex Kim for violation of Republic Act 9165. The operation resulted in the dismantling of the chemical storage facilities and the confiscation of assorted controlled precursors and essential chemicals and equipment. On January 4, 2005, 12:50 p.m., SPO3 Vicarillo endorsed the living person of one Jed Pilapel C. in good health and good physical condition. January 4, 2005, Carlos C. was turned over to duty custodial guard in PIDEA. That is at 2:20 p.m. Still based on PIDEA Blatter, January 5, 2005, 12:35 p.m. PIDEA operatives left the office bound to Bunawan area, Davao City, to conduct anti-drug operation. Air scrubber, a laboratory equipment used to mask the foul odor emitted during the initial stage of the process, found at the Politex Industrial Corporation compound in Bunawan, Davao City, owned by Alan C. This photo was taken on January 5, 2005, after the anti-drug operation in Bunawan Warehouse, Davao City. That ends my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Yusek Gumban. Clarification lang. Why are you saying it's blatter? Wala bang report sa PIDEA? Bakit laging PIDEA blatter?
At that time, sir, we are not yet linked through computers, so it is in the blatter, always in the blatter.
So all anti-illegal drug activities that time were hindi pa what they call this, hindi pa PIDEA ang nag-store ng mga reports.
We have still the PIDEA already, sir, at 2002, but the personnel there in PIDEA are all loaned from the Philippine National Police.
Okay, let me ask si former DG of the PIDEA, Wilkins Villanueva. So when did you assume as Director General of PIDEA?
I was appointed May 22, 2020, Mr. Chair.
2020.
Yes,
But
Mr.
in
Chair.
2004, during that trade, you were already an operative of the...
I was the
anti-illegal
regional
drugs.
director of the PIDEA Regional Office 11.
So PIDEA ka na nun.
At the same time, PACER kasi ako nung police pa sir ako noon eh.
What is PACER?
PACER, Police Anti-Crime Emergency Response.
Okay. So
Yun yung pumalit sir sa PAOK, CTF.
okay. So PACER, which also covers drugs.
Lahat yun sir, lahat.
So lahat ng anti-illegal, anti-criminality
Yes, Mr.
activities.
Chair.
So you were the regional director.
Yes, southern area office,
Oo.
southern part of Mindanao, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So you were part of the team that raided the Dumoy apartment. Dumo apartment ba yun o warehouse?
I led the
Okay.
operation, Mr. Chair.
Okay. And when you, during that operations, merong kayong na-apprehend ng mga Chinese nationals?
Wala kaming apprehend during the operation, Mr. Chair.
And
Operation on December 31, dun yun sir sa Dumoy Clandestine Laboratory.
okay.
So may 6 na namatay doon, Mr. Chair. Nakakuha.
Yan ang I was referring to that.
Yes,
If
Mr.
meron
Chair.
pa bang iba?
Wala na, Mr. Chair.
So Dumoy lab,
Yes,
clandestine lab lang.
clandestine laboratory,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Walang Chinese nationals na apprehend doon.
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
But there were Chinese nationals who were killed.
That was on Arlene Apartment. At Arlene Apartment, Mr. Chair, kung saan doon nakatira yung grupo na, yun yung unang nilapagan, Mr. Chair, ng grupo na galing sa Maynila na we received information from the USDEA that Chinese nationals were arriving at Davao City. So, sinundan namin at doon lumapag, Mr. Chair. Doon kami nag-umpisang magtrabaho sa Arlene Apartment.
So ibig sabihin, nagkaroon ng enkwentro, nagkabarilan doon sa Arlene apartment?
No, Mr. Chair. Arlene Apartment is in Agdao.
Okay. I was asking
Residential yon, Mr. Chair.
Okay, listen, DJ ha. My question was, doon sa Dumoy ba na clandestine laboratory may na-apprehend na mga Chinese?
Wala po, Mr. Chair.
Wala. Tinuro mo yung Arlene apartment. So I thought that you were explaining to me that the Chinese that were apprehended inside the Arlene apartment. Tama ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So doon sila hinuli.
Buong apartment yun, sir. Isang linyang apartment. Lahat ng Chinese doon, sir, pinag-ano namin.
So, yun na nga.
namin.
So lahat ng Chinese doon sa linya ng apartment na yon, according to you, ay hinuli nyo
Yeah, for questioning, Mr. Chair.
for questioning. Now, I noticed in the list of the names of the Chinese nationals there, meron dong 14 years old tsaka isang 15 years old.
Hindi ko na matandaan kasi yung mga...
Can we show
ano,
again the please? Can we show the list of the names at Comsec? Kasi merong 14 tsaka 15. So ang ibig sabihin, lahat sila ginather nyo doon sa Arlene apartment, pati yung 14 tsaka 15-year-old, tinanong nyo rin, in-interview nyo rin.
In-interview, Mr. Chair.
And then, do you still recall ano yung nangyari doon sa interview nyo?
Yung we just want to find out yung relation nung mga isa't isa doon, sir, kasi yung syndicate is kumuha ng 3 bahay, 3 pinto sa apartment. Doon sila lahat lalabas, may bibilihin na equipment, babalik doon. So in short, doon yung home base nung drug syndicate na nag-ooperate ng Dumoy. Yan sir. Yan yung whole area ng Arlene apartment. Diyan kami dinala galing sa airport. And this apartment, Mr. Chair, was the subject also of our previous operation pero hindi nag-prosper. So alam namin itong apartment na ito. In fact, Mr. Chair, nagpapasok pa kami ng nagpa-employ pa kami ng tao dito, Mr. Chair, para araw-araw meron kaming lookout as katulong ng one of the apartments, Mr. Chair. So what we did, lahat ng naandon na Chinese looking na nagre-reflect sa aming mga surveillance camera, pinag-invite namin, Mr. Chair, to find out more doon sa post-operation investigation. At ito, hindi ko na matandaan yan, Mr. Chair, eh. Kasi sama-sama yan.
Kasama ba dyan yung 6 Chinese nationals that were killed?
Wala yan, wala, Mr. Chair, kasi you shoot, dun, una sa shootout sila namatay, sir, eh. Doon sa Dumoy Laboratory, this was after the operation sa Dumoy Clandestine Laboratory, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so ibig sabihin, yung namatay na 6 plus ito, yan yung mga Chinese na nandiyan dyan.
Nadaan doon, Mr. Chair. Nadaan
Okay.
doon.
So, I was given an information that after the Dumoy raid, I think ikaw din yata nag-lead nitong team na to, you went to a CDO Cagayan de Oro warehouse to make a follow-up. Tama ba yan?
Yes, Mr. Chair. That was after the conduct of post-operation investigation. Ibig sabihin, Mr. Chair, lahat ng basura doon, tiningnan natin, lahat ng karton, tiningnan natin yung mga kung saan galing, tinuro ngayon kami sa Cagayan de Oro City, Mr. Chair.
Do you remember the exact address of the Cagayan de Oro
It was
warehouse?
on a warehouse, Mr. Chair, eh. Yung meron kasi prentahan ng warehouse sa Cagayan de Oro
na pinaparentahan, each and every warehouse, doon namin nakita yung iba pang laboratory
Equipment.
equipment.
Okay.
Ang thinking ko, Mr. Chair, is after sa Dumoy Laboratory, mag-establish sila na another laboratory
Sa
sa
Cagayan
Cagayan de Oro.
Okay. Do
Ah,
you recall kung sino may-ari ng warehouse?
Same, Johnson Chua, Mr.
Johnson
Chair.
Chua rin.
Yes, sir. So, ang ginagawa kasi modus nila, Mr. Chair, is pag naubos na yung chemicals sa isang area, hindi na sila maglilipat. Kukuha na naman ng bagong chemicals doon sa ini-establish nilang laboratory. So, hindi sila natapos dito dahil na-stop na nga sir yung operation nila. If you can see doon sa presentation nila, there was another warehouse doon sa Agdao naman, Mr. Chair. Naka-ready yun for that clandestine laboratory. This clandestine laboratory, Mr. Chair, is just 5 days old.
Yung Agdao?
Yes, no,
Agad
in Dumoy.
Okay.
Kasi from the start of the manufacture, 5 years, kaya walang nang nailabas doon, Mr. Chair. Walang nailabas na gamit or drugs doon dahil naagapan namin. Otherwise, uubusin nila lahat ng chemicals na naandun sa Agdao na warehouse. And also, doon sa Polytex naman. Kasi kung makikita nyo, merong malaking air scrubber doon, Mr. Chair, doon sa Polytex, sabi Bunawan, yun yung ilalagay nila sa Cagayan de Oro. And they will be building a bigger laboratory, bigger than that in Dumoy, Mr. Chair.
So, sa iyong palagay, konektado yung Dumoy, Agdao, and then the one in Cagayan de Oro?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So, yan ay sindikato nung
Mr. Chair,
sinasabi?
dinala kami doon. 24/7 na kasi yung coverage namin doon sa grupo. So there were times from Davao City, dediretsyong Cagayan de Oro. Yung tao natin, sir, susunod hanggang Cagayan de Oro. Mag-check, uutos na agad ako na mag-check-in ng hotel at magbibili na ng damit agad, Mr. Chair, dahil ang bit-bit nila kung ano yung suot lang nila eh.
Okay.
So talagang coverage yun for 3 months covered 24/7 yung operation na yun.
Who was the main personality doon sa inyong 24/7 ninyong monitoring?
Si Alan C. is the operations officer.